funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome, welcome. Salutations all around. None of us won the Powerball. None of us are billionaires. A couple of times over. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys at Chris McCwanza.
Mary Santora is out. Poundcake is back in Studio G. You sound like you're in another. You sound like you're way off, Mike.
Hello. I am.
I mean, you are.
Do you have mic 1 potted up?
Yeah. Oh, I think they.
You son of a bitch.
No, they switched them.
Oh, they did, really?
Yeah, that's not how it used to be.
I hit the same button every single time.
Who's they? What did they do?
Someone came in here and changed from made mic 2 the furthest mic from me, and mic 1 the closest mic.
This is the trouble with all of these.
They swapped it.
It sounds great on paper. You know, when we moved into these new studios, they go, oh, I mean, they were right. At Oak Tree, not every one of our stations needed their own studio. So they go, we're going to have a lot less square footage. So the way the studios are going to be able to set up, you can dial your station up, and then you'll go out over the air. Like if I were to dial another radio station up in here, I could be on WGAR right now. There are fail-safes in place if another station is being used, like nobody else can dial MMS up and be on, right? So there are those fail-safes in place. So part of it kind of seems cool on paper. The trouble is that everybody's using, especially the production studios, like technically that's what Poundcake's in. Mm-hmm. These main air studios, not so much, but those production studios, of which we do not have enough, people go in at different times.
They're in demand.
They have their own settings, and I'm going to have to, when I get myself up and running finally after the first of the year, I'm going to be using the studio that Poundcake's in, and I'm going to have to keep like a note of like all of the specific settings because it can really jam you up.
Yeah,
it's no one's fault. It just can really. It's just a different situation, and you can get jammed up like that.
I've had to do stuff in Poundcakes. I've had to do some in the traffic studios, and every single one of them has at least one thing that's like a little bit different that you have to get used to when you go in there.
Yeah, it's like running a nuclear submarine. You have to make sure that every possible thing is switched on that you need or switched off, as the case may be. So you've used one of the traffic studios then?
Yeah.
Over in the news
just
department.
Just record some spots. And they have, we have full boards in here. And those ones, they just have, I can't remember what they're
Roadcasters.
called. Roadcasters, which are simple to use.
They gave them like toy podcast boards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost simple to a fault because I was like, do I just turn this up and that's it? Like there's no, we have to choose channels. We have to turn on the mics. There's different things you have to do for the boards in our studios. Those ones, it's literally like my first podcast.
Yeah, because the technology has simplified to the point where you, for some purposes,
it's dummy-proof.
Well, you don't need more. There's nothing that's dummy-proof, but I mean, you don't need much more than that.
Right.
There's a lot of old school radio dudes who will look at that and they're like, where's the board? Like, dude, it's shrunk down to this. Like, I've got a full, obviously, broadcast board in here.
Yeah,
but if I was sitting here with like a little roadcaster, there's like dudes in their basements with a roadcaster.
Hey, it
doing
gets
the
the
same
job
thing.
done.
Yeah, that's right. If that's all you need.
Well, like over the weekend, I was recording a podcast with Bobby in here, and it looks so like what I did to get it set up. He's like, how do you know how to do all this? I'm like, I hit 3 buttons. Like, it's not that complicated. It just looks way more intimidating because there's so many switches and buttons on this board.
Yeah,
It just takes a while to learn.
I never had extensive training on this particular board, so everything I learned is from...
I did, and I still learned it off like the other one. I did the course twice with the guy, and then watched a bunch of stuff, and I'm like, I still don't know
I had
any of this is.
I had the lecture, and then I honestly just learned by hands-on. I know what the board is supposed to look like when I broadcast, and then everything that looks different, I try to change it to when it looks normal. So I'm in here playing Funky Town on the boards, and eventually, if I hit enough
That's
buttons,
the song that goes through his head when he's flipping switches, is Funky Town.
If I
There's
hit
gotta be a setting that is right for me.
Yeah, so when it looks right in my head, I'm like, let me try it, and usually it works. So I didn't catch that one because these mics never change. I think someone was just like, they could not handle the fact that the furthest button from you.
Yeah,
is
they
the
were
mic
kind of
closest to you.
backwards.
They were, but not really. I mean, it really wasn't that big of a deal. It's just throwing me off now because now I have to put that in like, okay, now the button closest to me is for the mic closest to me. Or I can switch it, but I don't need to.
Well, there are 8 billion. I don't know how they arrive at these. I guess they have population models and then they extrapolate them. But yesterday they said that the world population had crossed 8 billion people at the perfect time because everybody's doing great. But I'll tell you what, the miracle of birth is just spreading like wildfire.
Well, we had to make up for the people we lost during COVID.
Yeah, right. So there are 8 billion people now on the planet, and one of them won the Powerball. Obviously, the conspiracy theories were in full effect last night when there was a glitch that prevented the Powerball numbers from being released. Because
a lot of things going wacky last night.
Yeah, there were 48 states involved in the Powerball, I think. And what I had heard is that there was some irregularity in South Dakota, of all places. And so they weren't able to do it. And then they said, well, by this morning, we'll have the Powerball. It was up to $1.9 billion, and one person won.
There was $1 million winner in Lakewood.
Was there really?
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I was watching the breakdown on how many ways there are to win on the Powerball, and there's a big drop-off between, like, the Powerball, and then you can win $1 million, and then it goes to, like, if you're one number short of that, it goes from, like, $1 million to, like, 50 grand, which is still nice. I wouldn't sneeze at winning 50 grand. But, yeah, $1 million winner. But one person won the Powerball in a town called Altadena, California. If you are out that way, if you're one of our Southern California bureau chiefs, you know where that is. My best friend lives 20 minutes away in Glendale. And it's in the middle of nowhere. So you know it's going to be like some 85-year-old dude who comes. Altadena, if you know L.A., you just go north until you pretty much hit the mountains, and that's Altadena. There's nothing out there. NASA's got like a jet propulsion lab, and I think the Bunny Museum is in Altadena. But other than that, there's nothing. It's between Pasadena and the mountains. There's nothing out there.
Is California?
And the one winner out in Altadena.
Is that a state where you can stay anonymous? Or do they have to?
I don't know about that. Don't know. But I'm sure there were a lot of people hoping that it would have been maybe multiple winners or maybe, but one person, if they take that full cash. And again, I didn't read we were going over the breakdown yesterday of what you get based on state by state tax and things like that. It differs. And so I was just kind of looking at Ohio. California, famously, taxes are higher out there. But this person is still, if there was ever a time you wouldn't worry about losing so much money, it's when it was the largest Powerball ever. $1.9 billion. So the person will probably, if they take the lump, I think they get like $600 million, which you can have a pretty good life.
Yeah.
We were talking about this earlier off the air. I said, I always think of the grandchildren of the people who win the Powerball or any big lottery. It's invariably somebody who's like 85 years old. I mean, there was like a 26-year-old dude who won in Detroit, I think, about a week or so ago, right? So he's got life ahead of him, right? He's got a girlfriend, blah, blah. There was another guy who won a huge piece of the lottery who was 85 years old. And you got to think, I mean, his grandkids are doing cartwheels. Because they're like, look, Pap doesn't have much left to go, but we are set for life. So that's not too shabby.
My inside sources at the lottery have said it's not South Dakota. It was Minnesota that was messed up. They didn't mess up. They just couldn't verify sales, and you can't conduct the drawing until all sales are validated.
I see.
So that's what happened.
Well, there you go. But none of us won.
Nope.
Our lives remain unchanged,
I
which is fine too. You can't miss what you didn't have.
I asked the guy for 5 tickets, and he gave me 10. So I doubled my chances and still lost. So
I didn't understand.
I'm done with that.
I didn't understand all the people that were tweeting the same photo of a massive stack of tickets and saying, "Hey, retweet this and you get money from me if I win."
What do you mean?
Did you see those?
Yeah, of course. That's just people scamming to try and...
Well, no, it's a scam, but it was like, why were they all using the same photo?
Because they don't expect everybody else to see that. They just go, okay, well, I'm just going to try and get a bunch of followers.
But
this
what's
way.
the scam?
The scam is, it's a scam to get followers.
Well, no, I know that. But, well, I don't even think of it as a scam. It's a pretty overt way to get followers.
Yeah.
There's like nothing shady about it. It's just going, hey, everybody, because they're not going to
win.
But they're not scamming you out of money.
They're not scamming you out of money. They're just trying to get, it's just a way to get easy followers.
Yeah, any one of us could have done it.
Right.
I got a break here. I will have $1,000 for you shortly. Plenty of chances for you to go fund yourself today. There's no scam there, no follow necessary. You'll have to hear the word at 2:30, but otherwise there's a grand coming your way. If you want to text for something, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Coming soon, Ohio has a new kind of crime fighter. What's that? A corrupt public official has stolen millions in taxpayer money? Have no fear.
With the Kennedy assassination. This holiday season, give the gift that explains the unexplainable. The Stuff They Don't Want You to Know book. Available now. Order at stuffyoushouldreadbooks.com or wherever you buy your books.
It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is. Alan Cox. On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. Send a text if you like, 35192. Cavaliers get their streak snapped by the Clippers of all teams last night by one bucket, 119-117. Clippers came from way behind in the last few minutes of that game. So it was a big game for the Clippers. Great game for Paul George. Cleveland was on an 8-game win streak. So no matter how you slice it, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It was gonna break at some point.
Right. 8-2 through the first 10 games. Very happy with that.
Yeah. They hadn't lost since opening night in Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Cavaliers will get another crack at the Kings in Sacramento tomorrow night. They're on the West Coast all week. Tomorrow night at 10 o'clock tip-off here on MMS. And on the iHeartRadio app. And then Friday night, they'll play the Warriors in Oakland at 10 o'clock. So you'll hear all that here. Remember, all this month, you can use the promo code PUMPKIN. Make sure you're spelling that properly. You know, if you go into
Pumpkin. P-U-N-K-I-N.
If you go into one of the CLE clothing stores and said pumpkin, they'd be, I hope, down with what's going on. But if you're online, let's say, because you can use the promo codes, and get you 20% off. You could do it at their website, too, if you're ordering online. You don't want to put in P-U-N. How do you spell pumpkin, Poundcake?
Damn it, I did it again. P-U-M-P-K-I-N.
There you go. See, he knows. P-U-M-P-K-I-N. But there's got to be some people who don't know. You don't want to go online there and be typing P-U-N-K-I-N. Because then you're going to come back screaming at me that it doesn't work. And it does work. It's like when people complain to me that when we do the keywords for Go Fund Yourself, next of which is about 5 minutes away, some people will be like, the word doesn't work.
You know what the keyword is for Chris McCwanza pre-sale?
Turducken?
No.
Oh.
So this Thursday, the pre-sale. They go on sale general Friday, but the pre-sale on Thursday, you can use code word discharge.
I've got him to give away the rest of the week.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm out Friday, so today, tomorrow, and Thursday, I'll have Chris McCwanza tickets at 420.
And it's a great.
Explain to people what Chris McCwanza is.
Chris McCwanza is just a stand-up show, not just a stand. It's a great stand-up show that I produce with the Agora, and it's very, very fun. This year's lineup is fantastic. We got John Bruton, who I used to do the Jokes on You crowdwork show with him, and he's touring all over the place, opening for all sorts of comics, and just he's kind of on an upward climb in his career right now. We got Jasmine Carter, Alan Cox Show Comedy Tour alum.
Very funny.
Very funny.
And super foxy.
Yeah, and then Mary Santora.
Never heard of her, but I heard that she's doing very well. So I'm excited to see her.
She's
another up-and-comer?
Yep. And then, you probably never heard of this one either, Mike Polk Jr.
Unfamiliar with him.
Yeah.
But boy, I'll tell you what, it sounds like a killer lineup.
That's a great lineup.
It sounds like a murderer's row.
Right. So
as they say.
It'll be a lot of fun, and it's, in years past, it's been on a Sunday, because it's in that time between Christmas and New Year's.
Did you say where this is?
This is at the Agora.
The Agora, there you go.
And in years past, it's been like a Sunday night. This year, it's on a Friday.
Oh!
So no one's got an excuse to miss it now.
People can party.
You can party on a Friday. Friday night, December 16th, the day after our last live show of the year.
Yeah, December 15th is the last live show of the year, and that's the day that we'll find out if Poundcake made his goal weight.
Mm-hmm.
So if he does, he'll be riding high off that. I would imagine maybe he'll show up at the Chris McCwanza just to take a victory lap. Just to show off his new abs.
Damn it,
What's
probably.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sorry, I keep hitting the wrong button and it's driving me nuts.
Switch it back. Just go to the back of the board and switch them.
Oh, my God, it's making me... I don't understand why it's so aggravating.
Or use the other microphone.
No.
Why are you switching it on and off instead of potting it up and down?
No, I'm hitting the wrong button. I'm not potting it up and down.
He said, "But why are you doing that?"
Why are you doing that?
What do you mean?
Why isn't your mic just on and then you pot it up and down instead of switching it on every time and screwing up the buttons?
Because if I have to answer a call or something.
Oh, the mic's got to be off.
Well, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I thought maybe
you'd hear me talking to.
No, not if it's potted down. It wouldn't. That's my point. I wondered why you weren't just potting it up and down.
I guess I don't know. That's another way to do it.
Yeah, especially if the buttons are giving you trouble.
But this is just a today thing, so I can do that.
You just gotta get used to.
Well, it's your room. You do whatever.
Yeah, you just gotta.
It's not technically. Obviously, it's not my room.
Well, it is
because otherwise.
Between 2 and 6:30, it is. You make it your own.
Do you want to come to the Chris McCwanza and celebrate?
Yes, sure.
You're gonna have to drag him out of his house to get out there to Chris McCwanza.
He'll come out and it'll be. He likes coming to things like this because he gets to go backstage and that's his favorite thing.
Oh, he gets
like
VIP.
He gets to do anything. Yes.
Yeah.
He's a very important Poundcake. All right. And especially if you're going to be Dear Go Away.
Yes.
You're going to be able to mingle.
You can bring Mary on stage and you can take your shirt off.
There you go.
And be like, this bitch didn't think I could lose 20 pounds.
Although Jasmine Carter, she's got like...
Oh, she's cut.
Razor abs.
Yeah.
So just be careful around her.
Yeah.
She's cute and she's shredded. Okay, well, there you go. There's something to think about, but...
Chris McCwanza.
I'll have those tickets 16th, for you all week at 420.
December 16th at the Agora. Bill Squire, Mary Santora, Mike Polk Jr., John Bruton, and Jasmine Carter. Tickets are available at the Agora's website.
Alan, you cannot remain anonymous in the California lottery. It is also the only state that doesn't take out taxes in the lottery.
Oh.
So this person made more money in California than any other state would have. By the time they did the drawing, the Powerball was up to $2.4 billion. So if they take the lump sum, this person says they get about $930 million.
Wow.
Did you see the line? There was a video on Twitter. I'm sure there was a lot, but the one I saw was one of the lines in Vegas where it's just people waiting out in the sweltering heat. The line was like half a mile long.
To buy tickets?
To buy tickets for the Powerball.
Wow. That's crazy. Because they're sold so many places. I was able to pop into a gas station and buy one. There wasn't even anybody in the place.
Yeah, Gwen bought one last night on the way home from her thing. And she was like, yeah. But yeah, I wonder what kind of cut the convenience store that sold this winning ticket gets. There's got to be a cap on that, right? There's a maximum that the store that sold.
I think it's a percentage.
Is it really?
I think it is.
Man, if you were the owner of a convenience store that got a cut of the biggest Powerball ever, you would just board up your store and leave and move. You like Apu, you take all 8 kids and you pack them in the car and you split, man. A cut of $2.4 billion? It's like, I'm the guy that sold the winning ticket. How much do I get? $20 million. There's got to be a cap on that. Nobody's looking to make, there's no state lottery looking to make convenience store owners rich. And they didn't really have anything to do with it. It's pure luck, you know. I mean, it's luck if you win. It's luck if you sell the winning ticket. I don't know. Although I would recommend watching Jerry and Marge Go Large with Bryan Cranston. The true story.
Oh, yeah.
A retired couple in Michigan who gamed the Massachusetts lottery. Fully above board. They just exploited loopholes that were there and spent the money on rebuilding their community. I got some money here to give you. It pales in comparison. But listen, man, we're all living in real life here. We're not living in some Powerball fantasy. It's $1,000 right here. No reason it can't go into your pocket. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword BILLS at WMMS.com. That's BILLS. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Alan, I think they cap it at $50,000. That's what I'm saying. They're not going to give the convenience store guy $5 million. It would be great.
Okay.
But it seems like something that states would cap. Unfortunately, that absolutely seems like something that states would do. Will Bill do a live get down at Chris McCwanza? We'll be off the air for the year by then, but your show is on a Friday now at the Agora.
Well, that is...
Traditionally, the weekend will have gotten underway by then.
We'll have the one that airs. But I think we can...
There will be one that airs on our Sum Of show.
Yes. I think we can make... I don't want to announce yet because I think we should talk with Cleveland Whiskey first.
You got to keep some surprises.
Yeah, but if you want to see live comedy and have a lot of laughs, then I say get down to the Agora.
Right. Poundcake, did you vote? He's pushing buttons back there.
No.
You didn't vote.
No, I didn't.
You're going to?
Watching him try and find the button is the best
I
thing.
had it on and then I was like taking a call and then I had to turn it off, so...
There's a lot going on back there.
No, I didn't vote and I'm not going to vote. Not this one.
Huh. Not the most consequential election in your lifetime.
They say is always consequential, but...
Well, no, they don't say that. This one would be.
But no, I didn't. I didn't
Huh.
vote.
You can plan on it.
They don't. You can go right down the street to the Board of Elections, like a 5-minute drive, straight down Euclid.
There's time after work.
7:30 is when the polls close.
No, it's not. I got to record my podcast. I got to go grocery shopping.
You can do that anytime. 7:30 is when the polls close.
No, I'm probably not gonna vote.
Don't be a putz.
I'm probably not gonna.
You
vote.
never get to have an opinion on this show ever again about anything political that we get into.
Okay.
I voted today.
I'll tell you what. I think that. Nope. Doesn't matter.
I voted today, Alan, and I voted wearing sweatpants. Does that mean my vote doesn't count now?
Dude, I got up early. First, I got up early to see the beaver moon because I was going to wake. If it was a big deal, I was going to wake my daughter up. And it turned out to really, at least where we were, it turned out to not be a big deal. And by where we were, I mean North America.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's looking up at the same full beaver moon. Expecting
full moon beaver, playing in arrow.
So I got up at 5 o'clock because they said that the thing was supposed to be in totality about 5:15. So I get up at 5 and I let the dog out. I'm usually up around that time anyway. And I look out and it's right out my patio. So I can look out and I got a sliver of it. And I'm like, oh, it's on its way. And so I gave it another few minutes and I walked out there. It was all cloudy. So I couldn't see anything there. But the polls open at 6:30. So I go, well, I'm going to walk down my polling place. I can walk. It's about a 7-minute walk. So I go, I'm going to walk down to my polling place right when they open. Usually you're in and out. It was packed. So everybody had the same idea. I realize people want to go before they go to work. But usually, like for the primary, it wasn't that big of a deal. There's probably a lot of people that don't vote in the primary. I vote in all the elections. But this time I get there, and I can see before I even get there, like when it's in my eyesight there, every parking spot is full. The parking lot's packed. People are in line. See, what they should have done was they should have let people vote after they bought a Powerball ticket.
Right.
You have all these people in line. Those are probably two streams that somehow legally can't cross. But
you think that'd be a bad idea?
Our buddy Duke, who calls in from time to time, I see him when there's an election because he's one of the volunteers that does that out in my neck of the woods.
Yeah, I knew some of the volunteers that were where I was, and I voted. I got in and out in like 5 or 6 minutes. It was real quick.
No, I was there for a while. But here's what I did notice though. What kept happening? What's that?
If you wore sweatpants, you probably would have got in and out faster.
I did see the sweatpant line, and it was moving pretty quickly because those people, they're much more limber than me in my dumb raw selvage. And yeah, they were getting in and out. Yeah, it was like a carousel how quickly those people were voting. I was like, damn it, why didn't I wear my joggers? But I was in public, so I was dressed appropriately. Nevertheless, here's what happened where I was. And I'm sure this happened. I don't know if this is standard operating procedure. But the place would occasionally break into applause when they would announce a first-time voter. First time, because the place where I live, it's crawling with like boomers, right? People that got all day long to do whatever. And they would applaud, first-time voter. And everybody, first-time voter. Somebody just turned 18 or whatever. And every single one of them was a teenage girl. Where I was, anyway. Anecdotally,
that's good.
All the first-time voters, young girls. How do you think they were voting?
Oh, I think they're probably voting
red.
Probably to be in control of their bodies. That'd be my guess. If I had to.
Well, anyway.
He lives in an affluent area, so...
What's that?
Alan, you live in an affluent area, so therefore they were like, I don't care. I don't want women to be in control of their bodies either. Red.
Who, not the teenage girls.
Yeah, the teenage girls.
You think the teenage girls voted for the first time ever in a midterm election so that they could vote Republican? That's what you think.
Yeah.
No. These are girls who I guarantee were having knockdown, drag-out arguments with their own dad the night before Election Day.
That's very presumptuous, Alan.
Well, you're presuming that because it's rich, everybody out there votes Republican. It's not the case. There were tons of yard signs out by me to the contrary. I'm not a yard sign guy. I think it makes you a target.
I'm just really happy that I don't have to tolerate these commercials anymore because they're so obnoxious. They're just so
they're helping to pay our bills in the fall, so I don't mind them one bit. I'm walking around like a moron. I'll tell you what, they talk about how Democrats are awful at messaging. Listen, I'm a lifelong liberal. They are absolutely awful at messaging. I'm walking around my kitchen straightening things up, going, Dave yours for Ohio. I ain't going to vote for that.
Jingle. That's
I'm not voting for that putz, but those stupid songs are earworms. Walking around my own house. Oh, God, for America. All that pandering pablum, but we're not out of it yet. They get a whole run throughout the day because the polls don't close till 7:30.
I would love if we could put together a campaign ad for each of us. like if I wanted to smear Bill, I would just take something that he said.
Except you don't participate in the process, you douche. So no, you wouldn't get one.
That's fine. That's fine.
Alan, who would have ever thought Poundcake would pass up a chance to take a poll? I think that it's I get what they're doing there. It's a word joke, right? That's why it's so great. Spelled differently. But
I kind of shrimped the bed because I haven't voted in this apartment that I live in now. I voted when I lived in a different part of Cleveland, so my precinct has changed, and I guess I didn't make a conscious effort to look up where it is where I go vote. So I was going to vote by mail, and then I forgot, and it got really close, and then now it's too late.
Well, you're lucky because you don't care about, like, gay marriage is not important to you. So when they try to outlaw that next, you won't care. Because you're like, I'm going to live my life.
Relieved.
It's not something that affects your life. You'll be so relieved.
Are you for real going to not vote today?
No, he's not going to vote. He just told us he's not going to.
Sometimes he's doing a bit.
No,
he's not doing a bit.
I'm probably not going to vote.
No, of course not. Bill, he's not taking a poll. Did you hear what that guy said?
Jokes are ponderful.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, so anyway, I don't know what to tell you other than our little Poundcake gets what he gets.
Okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Nothing. It didn't require a response.
People are mad at him. I'm already getting emails and
messages. Of course, as they should be. Okay, I have to take a break here. If you want to text for anything, 35192. If you want to text for anything not Poundcake, not voting related, please feel free. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. The Buzzard cannot save you from the beating your savings and 401k are taking.
Higher prices.
Inflation.
The stock market.
All we can do is give you the chance to win enough money to spend on things to significantly WMMS, Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch there? Who's helping out today in the video department? Cuff Wonkson. Oh, thank you so much. Cuff Wonkson. I appreciate the assistance very, very much. Cavaliers lose last night. Clippers break their streak. That's Tyronn Lue and the LA Clippers. By one bucket. 119-117 was the final there. The Clippers really came alive in those last few minutes, literally, to come from behind and to beat the Cavs. Whether you're a fan of them or not, that's fun basketball to watch.
It was a good game. It
Yeah.
was a bummer that they lost, but, you know, can't win them all.
That's right.
Still look good. Still fight to the end. They're also exhausted. You could tell they were just gassed playing 3 games in 4 nights. It's a lot.
Astros had their championship parade in downtown Houston. For some reason, Ted Cruz was in the parade, and somebody threw a beer can at him. Did you see this?
Yeah, that's not cool.
No, I don't like it either. Enough with the throwing beer cans or anything. Oh, hold on. He's in like a Humvee or something, and he's waving. And the wave actually, he almost caught the beer can. I think by this time, if you're Ted Cruz, you're always on the lookout for somebody whipping projectiles at your head.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah, I'm not a fan of that, man. Like, whatever. Whatever you think of Ted Cruz.
Don't assault him.
Yeah. What if it made contact with his head?
That'd be bad. I mean, it's hard. Yes, it's bad.
You can't make a case for that, but that's what it is people, yeah. I got a text today at noon. You know, I'm in here after the Mark Nolan show ends, preparing for our little dog and pony show. And so there are some people who know that I always have the text screen open. Alan, I watched Bill's trailer, and my God, tell him it's so funny. He should have made the LLC instead of Mary. I don't know what one has to do with the other, but there you go. A little bit of love for the Pure BS trailer.
I mean, we can both have LLCs. It just doesn't. I don't have to.
You gonna be okay?
I do a lot of under the table stuff, so I like it that way.
Yeah, you do. Under the table.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. All right, well, you know.
But yeah, thank you for everybody that's checked out the Pure BS trailer. Comes out November 22nd.
Hey, that's the Tuesday before Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of TV watching that goes around then. You know, me and my team. I mean, I have an LLC, but I got a team, and we were talking about when is a good time to release.
You have a team?
Yeah, the team.
Man, good for you.
Yeah,
I don't even have a team. You got a team?
We're kind of your team.
I mean, like, but you know.
Yeah, so me and my team, you know, we're talking about when's a good time to release things based on the information, the algorithm, the insights, all the numbers, simple way to put it. And we decided that Tuesday evening before Thanksgiving was a good time to release it.
That'll go out at midnight that Tuesday evening? Is that
No, it's going to go, I'm going to release it at 9 p.m. on Tuesday.
I see.
And do like a premiere where everybody can watch it and leave comments if they want, like almost like a live broadcast like we do with this.
Mm-hmm.
And then it'll be up on YouTube after that.
It'll be like Mystery Science Theater 3000.
That's right.
Nothing's
better than comedy than watching it and then typing in what you thought was funny or not funny while you watch.
Yeah. Well, it's real-time feedback.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
it's what they do when they do focus group cinema. You know, they do a focus group screening of a film.
Yeah.
They go, what did you like? What did you not like? What parts of the movie did you,
And I just want you to watch. Even if you hate it, just watch it. Watch the whole thing. Tell me how much you hate it. Tell everybody else how much they're going to hate it and make them watch it too. Just
listen. I don't understand it, but people always talk about hate watching things. They go, "Oh, I'm hate watching that." Usually reality TV. I don't understand that notion, but whatever makes you happy. So maybe you can count on some people hate watching.
Oh, I will. I count on that a lot.
A view is a view.
Yeah, a view is a view. Get people to watch it, get it into that algorithm. You got to get it into the algorithm so it gets more views. So more people will watch it either for love or for hate or just meh. But I'm very proud of it. I think it's very, very funny. And one of the things I like about it the most, you know how when most comedy specials start, there's the big intro, like, welcome. And then there's cheering for like 2 minutes. Hate that.
Well, I feel
Let's
like
get to the joke.
Yeah, I feel like that's gone away recently. It kind of just opens with the person kind of mid-conversation.
It depends on the comic.
Yeah.
Because I know, like, Andrew Schultz just did one, and he at least spiced his up because he got Bruce Buffer to do the intro. So that makes sense keeping that in because you're paying the intro guy to bring you on stage. So if you're doing something like that, I get it.
He couldn't afford Michael Buffer.
Michael Buffer. He might have got Michael Buffer. I got one of the
He
Buffers.
and Bruce do. Yeah, Bruce is the cheaper Michael.
Yeah. He got one of the Buffers. I can't remember, I don't know which one it was. But he got him, and that's a lot of money to spend on an intro. And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to put all that money into it. I was actually talking with our friend Stefan Johnson about doing it, but our schedules didn't match up, having him do an intro. But instead, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to have it start with my first joke. Like, you see me, and I start talking and telling jokes.
I always think of when George Carlin used to do his HBO specials. He would do one just about every year, and it was a big deal back then. These were, events. And the intro for his would always be him walking down the street from his apartment to the theater, walking in the back, going on stage, doing his hour, walking back out. I mean, I always think about that. I'm like, God, you'd leave the theater, walk up the street, and you're back home.
Oh, I had a cut where
That would be just dynamite.
Where I was driving from Lakewood. It made it way too long because that's a, 45, 50-minute drive. So I was leaving my condo, getting in my car, driving all the way to the venue in real time.
In real time.
Then walking into the venue.
You could have sped it up and,
for the show to actually start because I was getting there kind of early. And then walking on stage. But then that made the run time for the special about 2.5 hours.
Yeah, it's mostly intro.
Yeah, it's way too much intro.
Everybody would be 10-seconding their way through that.
Yeah, so,
you stop off to get a Slim Jim, then you get gas.
So then we decided to just go with me and the team.
I was going to say, that's when the team said, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do an hour.
That's why you got to have a team.
Don't do an hour of preamble.
Right. That's why you got to have a team.
Yeah, but you know that. You know you can't do an hour.
I'm an artist, Alan. I want my vision seen.
You don't need a team to tell you, hey, don't
do
an hour of you driving in real time.
I needed a team because I thought I wanted people to understand what it's like, that anxiety, that buildup. And my team's like, they don't want that anxiety, that buildup. They just want to hear your jokes. And I was like, fine, we'll do this cut for you, but I'm going to do a all intro cut for me.
# release the intro cut.
Yeah.
Well, maybe the next album can be called The Build-Up.
Ooh.
BILLED.
That's not bad at all.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line, and I didn't even need a team for that one. This came right off the top of my head. Alan Cox Show After Hours line, 216-986-8903.
Hey, guys, Jackson Mackin here. You guys were talking about Cher being more than twice the age of her new boyfriend. And, Alan, you were saying that she might look very nice in the face, but then her body's going to be what her, physical age is. I don't know, Alan. I think she kind of keeps it together down there. There are a lot of older women who, in my opinion, probably do keep together down there, look very good in the face, and I think keep together in the body. Like Marsha Clark, the OJ prosecutor, she's a fox. Kris Jenner, Kardashian's mom, she's a fox too. And her and Sarah, all three of them can get it as far as I'm concerned. So I think you're kind of wrong there, Alan. And oh, hey, can you hit the post on Sweet Freedom by Michael McCwanza?
Oh, boy.
I'm always
Sweet
waiting.
Freedom.
I'm always waiting because
know.
he comes up with some deep cuts.
Well, I like how he tries to slip it in there, too. Yeah. Because it's feast or famine with the people who call it, have me hit the post. Dexter will always throw it in.
You can always count on him.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, though. I think we learned in the span of that brief call, Dex has a type.
Oh, yeah.
Marcia Clark, Cher, and Kris Jenner. There's a visual Venn diagram there those do not look dissimilar, those three women, because Marcia Clark, if you're old enough to remember the OJ trial when she was a big deal, she kind of had that kinky perm, right? And then she straightened it, and she kind of Paula Jones, any of these women who get famous for one reason or another, they don't have stylists around them. Marcia Clark was a lawyer. Paula Jones was whatever she was. But once they get into that, television industrial complex, they have to get a stylist. And so they kind of soften their look and they get hair. And I mean, Kris Jenner, she said. But again, you're not going to convince me. I stand by what I said yesterday. These are all women who have had work done. Marcia Clark's gotten a facelift. Cher and Kris Jenner, between the two of them, have spent millions easily on plastic surgery. Of course.
I wonder if they have the same guy.
I don't know.
Maybe that's why they look so much.
But all I'm saying is, I mean, from the neck up, these women are like, yeah, that's obviously what they focused on. But when you get them down to nothing, Cher, she is still a 76-year-old woman. These famous women will tell you no one over 40 in Hollywood isn't wearing Spanx. So imagine 76 when you're Cher. And God bless her. Do whatever you want to do. But, her boyfriend is 36 years old. And all I said was, I don't think they're having sex.
I think they are.
I got a handful of people who weren't too pleased about that. And those are probably 76-year-old listeners.
I think they are having sex. And I think, because there are guys that are into it.
Would you want to, I don't care how attractive they are. Would you want to have sex with a 76-year-old woman?
I wouldn't, but
this guy doesn't either.
No, there are guys that are into older ladies like that.
No, they're into old porn.
No.
They're not into having sex with old women.
I'm telling you, they are.
Really?
They're out there. They're out there.
Well, I'd like one of you to call me.
They're just so horny that they're not even worried about it. They're just like, I get to have a nice life with her, so I'm just going to grin and bear it. Because that's part of my responsibility.
Who wants grin and bear it?
If you're getting
want to suffer through your life,
are you suffering if you're getting taken care of by Cher? He's not paying for anything.
But he's
hanging out.
But he's an accomplished guy. He's a music producer. So this ups. I've never heard.
It helps to have Cher in your corner.
I guess.
I met with the team and they said it helps to have Cher in your corner.
Okay. Well, then, if this guy breaks up with Cher, will your team suggest that you put a call into her people?
I don't think Cher's interested in me.
Huh?
I mean, one, I have a girlfriend. Two, I don't think Cher.
But that can go away at any time.
I mean, for a publicity type relationship.
Yeah, that's all this is with this guy.
I think that would be fine.
Because Cher's whole thing is dating young guys.
And I'd bang
so
Cher.
If enough time goes
Cher
by,
for the story.
If enough time goes by, you can't just stop dating dudes. Mm-hmm. You got to have a young guy on your arm. She's not going to date somebody age appropriate.
Yeah, no way.
No.
I might be too old for her.
That's part of the whole thing. You would have sex with Cher for the story.
Yes, it's my responsibility.
But the story would be, I had sex with a 76-year-old woman.
I had sex with Cher.
She's
different.
a 76-year-old woman.
Yes, she was 76, but I had sex with Cher at 76, and I'll tell you
You're not getting prime half-breed era gypsies, tramps, and thieves
the
Cher.
name Cher goes before 76 years old.
Cher Trump 76.
Understood, but it doesn't make her not 76.
And it also doesn't make the story bad, though. It doesn't make it a bad story.
I think you better run this by your team.
All right.
I think this team is going to be invaluable to you on matters of, should I bang a septuagenarian?
If she wanted to. I was actually talking about this on my podcast, where if I get a pass like that, it's better to have that story. Because nobody cares if I have a good time. They don't care. But a funny story about banging Cher, I can bring that to this show. I can do stories on stand-up.
But it's not inherently a funny story. Because people's reaction will immediately be,
No.
Yes, it will.
Whether it's funny or not, you want to hear the story.
Correct.
Of course.
If I bang Kylie Jenner, no one cares. They're like, well,
she bangs everybody.
Yeah,
no one's impressed.
But if I bang Cher, that's crazy. That's a crazy story. They'd be like, what? She's a legend.
Impressed if you had sex with Kylie Jenner.
We talked about this.
I haven't.
Just for the
Just
record,
gotta put that
ladies.
out there.
Just for the record.
I think that needs to be the next thing too. Is all these ladies are going for young guys. Start going for fat guys. Don't worry about the age. Go for the. It's not about the age. It's about the girth. Go after some girthy boys, and then you'll get people talking about you. Cher, dating a fatso like me, that's going to bring a lot more attention than just going out with a 30-year-old.
Okay. Polar blast punishment for Bill. He has sex with a 76-year-old.
No, it's got to be Cher. It's got to be a famous 76-year-old.
Why does it matter if she's famous? She's
because that's
for
the
the
whole
story.
point.
Right. It's because you banged a famous person.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is she's still 76.
Right. So I banged 76-year-old Cher, or I banged the Dame Judi
Helen
Dench.
Mirren.
Helen Mirren. Oh, my
Yeah.
God. I would love to.
But she's foxy.
Yeah.
But she's still an old woman.
Right, but I'm doing it for the story. And I'm going in there. I'm telling her, listen, Helen, I think you're gorgeous, but I'm doing this for the story.
We talked about
Alan,
it on the
Cher
show.
had sex in a relationship with Greg Allman and Gene Simmons, both her age. Yes, in the 70s, when she was like 30 years old and they were 30. Yes. But this is what I'm saying. Is
Also,
like when
not
you're
bad to have those guys as the old Inuit brothers.
I think they were older than her, but still, that was 50 years ago. So she was very young, and I mean, I think Gene Simmons was the 80s. But again, she was still young. She's not young anymore, so she goes, well, I'm locked into my thing. This is my thing. It's why Madonna is all over Instagram with, I don't know what's going on with her right now.
Yeah, you
physically or mentally, I don't know what's going on with her, but you have to like maintain that thing.
Right.
You can't become, your image can't allow you to become old Madonna. You have to like stay Madonna.
I want to bang Madonna and get her to use all her voices. Go through all the different weird voices that she uses while we're banging.
Alan, not only do 76-year-old women get laid, but they're also into BDSM and such. I've seen it. No, I'm not saying old people don't get laid.
I'm not saying I want to bang
I'm saying they are still 76 years old. I don't care if you're Cher. Obviously, for the story, yes, I had sex with Cher. People go, oh, my God. If you say, right. But after that, they go, what happened? And you go, I had sex with Cher. And then what?
Was it free?
Then we went to dinner. Like, you know.
At 4:30 p.m.
It is a woman's world.
It was afternoon delight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She went to bed. I stayed up till 11. It was a good time.
Took a disco nap.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not so bad when you put it that way. All right. Hey, is it Felipe? Who is this?
It's Felipe, Alan.
Felipe, how are you? Felipe.
Good. How are you doing?
Oh.
Hey, Alan, what the listeners really want to know is if Poundcake would bang an old, dead Sonny Bono.
Why would he bang a dead Sonny Bono?
Right. Can I get him alive at least?
He's not a necrophiliac. I don't mean to speak for Poundcake.
We'll make him alive. We'll make him alive.
Well, no, because he wasn't attractive.
If he were alive today, Sonny Bono.
He wasn't attractive. I would bang a hot older dude. There's a couple old guys that I would give it to.
What if Sonny Bono had the commensurate amount of plastic surgery that his ex-wife had, and he looked pretty good? What if he looked pretty good?
The chaps from the If I Could Turn Back Time video.
No, there's the guy who played Bond. Who's that?
Daniel Craig.
Daniel Craig. He's old. He's up there.
He's like my age. He's not old.
He's not old. Come on.
We're talking 70-plus years old, Poundcake.
Not old to you. Gay old is like 39.
I don't have an example.
Daniel Craig's 54. He's a few years older than me, and if you haven't noticed, the dude is shirtless a lot, and he looks really good.
Oh, my goodness, he looks great. No, but name...
All right, well, I got
Pierce
my
Brosnan.
answer.
How old's he?
Thank you, Felipe. Pierce Brosnan is probably almost 70.
Okay, let me look him up. What he looks like now.
Pierce Brosnan is 69 years old.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, he could get it. He's not horrible looking.
We need to go a little older, though. Who's 80? Joe Biden.
Would you have sex with Joe Biden?
Yeah, because I know it would be easy because I know he can't get it up at this age, so sure.
Well, you don't know anything about anything.
He can't get it
That
up.
There's 40-year-old dudes who can't get it up.
That
I mean,
make you feel like a failure?
Better living through chemistry, son. What, you think Jill's hanging around because he's fun?
Well, I would just think about the young Joe Biden, the pictures that like everyone posts of him, like when he used to look hot. So I'm like, this is what I'm banging. This is just what he looks like now. That's what I have to get that through my head. So yeah, I'd bang him and Hunter. Hunter has a hog. I've seen a sex tape.
We're not talking about young.
No,
We're going
old guys.
Okay, well, Joe Biden.
Like,
sure.
would you bang Clint Eastwood?
Oh.
Wait, let me see what he looks like.
Morgan Freeman. Would you have sex with Morgan Freeman?
I would not have sex.
Would you get on top James Earl Jones? You'd have a story.
Ugh.
What about Harrison Ford?
There you go. Harrison Ford's
He's
a
an
perfect
old
one.
guy now.
He's a perfect example.
What about Paul McCartney? You would have sex with the Beatle, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, I would have
That's
sex with
the
Paul
story
McCartney.
with Paul McCartney.
Paul McCartney.
All right, well,
what about
there you
Ringo?
go.
What about Ringo?
I'd bang Elton John for the story, and he's in his 70s, and he's not cute.
And he's gay. There'd be less. Convincing.
He already knows what to do. He's like, all right, get the lube.
Was that your British accent?
It sure was.
You didn't sound British or even remotely like Elton John.
Can you grab the loop? I don't know.
Is he from Namibia? What are you doing? Could you grab the loop? That's Elton John.
Yeah, that's Elton John.
Have you ever heard him speak?
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well, there you go. 75. So Bill would have sex with a 76-year-old celebrity. Poundcake would have sex with James Earl Jones or
Gotta
whoever.
be a
Harrison
celebrity.
Ford.
But we talked about.
Gotta be a celebrity.
Very exciting.
We talked about this on the show not too long ago. There was an 86-year-old
yesterday.
woman. No. It was an 86-year-old woman who wanted to have that was having sex with like college students, and everyone was saying how cool it was, and she was like, "Hey, I'm just living my life, man." Like she was like a super hippie, and she wasn't bad looking, and she was like 86.
All right. No, I get people are doing it for the story, but the story is I had sex with an old woman.
Yeah.
What about Judge Judy? You gonna get up
Oh,
under?
yes, I would. I would do that.
You gonna get underneath
She
that
has-
robe?
She has a banging body. There was a bikini picture.
She's
of
got
her.
a rack too. Yeah, I know, but again, she's people.
Bang my gavel, Judge.
Ah.
Yeah.
Cause they're prostitute grandmas. If you could, they'll buy you an ice cream cone. Prostitute grandmas. But give them a 20 and they'll play with your bone. Prostitute grandmas. They're always sad cause they're almost dead. Prostitute grandmas. They're good in the kitchen, even better in bed. They buy you lots of presents. They put your pictures on the wall. They make a special meal for you and make you eat it all. They pinch you on the cheek. They say bless you when you sneeze. But when it comes to Saturday night, they're working double time on their knees. Cause they're prostitute grandmas. They're too old to see and too old to hear. Prostitute grandmas. They're not afraid to take it in the rear. Prostitute grandmas. The favorite singer is Burt Bacharach. Prostitute grandmas. Once you go old, you never go back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Roe space before, but now it's official. Alan Cox.
To occupy the city.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got another $1,000 for in about 7 minutes. Those keywords come pretty fast, so keep your ears peeled for them. About 30 past every hour. It is your chance to go fund yourself. You didn't win the Powerball. None of us did, but you still got to crack at $1,000 every hour. So listen for that in a few minutes. Cavaliers lose by 2 last night. Streak broken by the Clippers out on the West Coast. They will play the Kings of Sacramento tomorrow night, 10 o'clock here on MMS. So 9:30 is when Cavs Live pregame will begin for you. People are calling the Cavaliers the best Cleveland team since LeBron James was here. And of course, Donovan Mitchell, who's got a hot girlfriend after the game, this cat gets spotted around L.A., right? That's why these guys like going out there.
Oh, yeah.
Because the partying is so good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this guy was languishing in Utah, and now he's in Cleveland. And
Listen,
you know,
there's no shortage of hot girls in Utah. It's just
they are gorgeous.
Just a matter of how willing they are to go against the Mormon Church,
right? And how their dads will feel when they found out that they're dating an NBA player.
Yeah,
wink, wink. Tanara Westbrook is Donovan Mitchell's girlfriend. And she is foxy. She got cakes for days, boy. So, yeah, Cavs lose last night, but that's fine. Still a fun team to watch. It was a good game. And they'll play the Kings of Sacktown tomorrow night. Bad enough you're living in Sacramento. They call it Sacktown. Alan, we know your thoughts on cremation. What are your thoughts on human composting? We've talked about this in the past. I think human composting is fantastic. I'm all for it. Just, you know, keep the parts in the, you got to roll your compost. You have a compost drum, right? So that you can kind of keep it moving around. You don't want to let your compost sit too long. People in the break were texting me, fast and furious, trying to find an elderly celebrity that I would have sex with.
Why is there an alarm going off?
You hear that?
Yeah. We have lights and alarms going off.
Yeah.
I'm going to go check on that real quick.
Okay. We're on the first floor. We don't have to jump out any windows or anything.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I don't even know where our light is coming from. Oh, it's right overhead. That's the fire light. And then out there in the bigger suite, we were hearing a siren. Now, since we're on the ground floor right here at the what they call the showcase window here at iHeart, it's going to be great because we'll see the Cleveland Fire Department pull up if something like that were to happen. Maybe somebody upstairs, because we're on the ground floor of a residential building, maybe somebody upstairs left some toast in the toaster or something. Maybe. Did anybody know anything out there?
I mean, Keith Kennedy just said this has happened a few times since he's been here. It just this is the first time it's happening while we're on the air.
And quite frankly, I think upstairs is kind of a glorified dorm. Everybody I've seen walk on the halls in the lobby who lives in this building look like they're like second-year interns at Cleveland Clinic.
Yeah.
So I think it's kind of a glorified
it's either, a young
grad student
clientele.
kind of thing or whatever. So, you know, maybe somebody... There it is again.
Yep.
Ooh, I like that. Where does it come from? Do we have a siren in the suite or is it out in the hallway in the lobby?
It's out in the suite.
I see.
You can hear it pretty clearly if you... You know, we're not supposed to be able to hear it at all in here because of the soundproofing, but the soundproofing isn't that soundproof.
The soundproofing, right. Yeah. All right, well, there you go. Hopefully nothing weird is going on out there.
Yeah.
But again,
I imagine if we have to be evacuated, Keith Kennedy will come and knock on the window from the outside and be like, hey, get out, stupid.
Yeah, we'll see the fire trucks pull up.
Yeah.
And then I'll throw on, I don't know, Christmas in Hollis or something. Alan, you know you throw down with Jane Seymour.
Jane Seymour's a good one. She's a hot lady. She looks
Yeah,
good.
I saw her in Wedding Crashers 15 years ago, too, but she's 71 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Although, it would make me feel like a young whippersnap.
Yeah.
You know? And now there's somebody yelling out there, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay. I'm getting the okay. Either somebody just flashed me the white power sign or it's okay out there. All right. Well, that's good. That's all I want to know. See, they're out there laughing now. You hear me? Ah-ha! Cackling sales girls is always a good sign because if someone was running around screaming, if we looked out there and saw that somebody was out there screaming and on fire, that would be a whole different situation.
So what we would
I certainly wouldn't want that to be out there and having for the whole rescue to be on our watch for our responsibility. Say what?
I would just like run through the glass. See how quickly you go through the first.
See how quickly it would turn to sand?
Well, because there's another layer, so I would go through the first layer.
Yeah.
And I would have to get another running start to get to the second layer, and it would just.
And
be,
you would trip a couple times too, because you're not a classic runner.
Well, I would have to run shoulder first, like.
Shoulder first. You'd throw your shoulders into the quadruple paned window here.
I think we got his polar blast punishment.
Yeah. Break through the.
We'll get a
No, I'm not.
Glass,
I'm
you got to
done.
run through it. You
No,
got to
I'm
run
done.
through glass.
No, I'm done being hurt. I'm not doing that. No.
He don't want to be hurt anymore, Bill. He's been hurt. He's
Baby,
loved.
don't hurt me.
By so many people who don't care about me. So
Right.
I'm not doing it again.
All right. Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000 to go fund yourself. Listen closely. You get these once an hour, and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword BANK at WMMS.com. That's BANK. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
So many messages coming in on the iHeartRadio app, by the way. People listening, leaving talkback messages there.
Hey guys, Brendan here. Hate the show.
Oh, where are they? Oh, I thought that they were.
Hey guys, Brendan here. Hate the show. Just calling to say, because Poundcake is not voting, that Whitney Houston is indeed a certified crack whore.
Oh, no.
Thank you.
What
Hate
does
the show.
one have
Bye.
to do with the other, though? Why? Because they're mad that he didn't vote? That
Yeah, I think so.
they're calling... Yeah, but we know that,
Trying
though.
to hurt him. And whether or not he votes, it's still...
Yeah, it doesn't change anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, we knew that. Huh. All right, well, that's one fellow's opinion. He's trying to stick it to you, Cody.
That's fine. You can
Trying
stick
to
it
get
to
under
me.
your skin. Right.
Maybe I deserve to have it stuck to me.
Nah, you can't. Your mind can't be changed.
Yeah.
You're just not a politically active individual.
Either I don't vote or I vote red. Which one you want? I'm going to vote for the opposing
Yes,
team.
Mr. Vote Against My Own Interests. That is him.
That's what I love.
Yeah, that's right.
Man, this is still going.
Well, people are going to take their shots. That's on them. That's not on you, right? What's the matter with that?
It's just it's all about identity politics, and for whatever reason, the
Yes,
Republican
all politics have always been identity politics.
Yes, the Republican candidates are always the more
Oh,
attractive.
you can't talk politics. I told you.
You didn't vote. Shut up.
I told you. You
so
can't, from here on out, you cannot. You didn't vote. You're not
Okay.
participating in the process. You can't talk about it.
Okay.
Your opinions from here on out are invalid.
And then if he tries to, what do you play? The new thing. I want to hear it again.
You didn't vote. Shut up.
Oh, I love that.
But they're so attractive.
Who are attractive?
That J.D. Vance, he's a really good-looking guy.
What?
He is.
Looks like Al Borland with dead eyes. That's what it is for you? He's a good-looking guy?
J.D. Vance.
Jesus.
J.D. Vance would be laughing right now. He's like, that's not what I
Yeah,
think.
what? I never saw that one coming. Well, Poundcake, he's a different breed of cat. His mind works in a variety of different ways.
But I didn't vote, so I'll shut up.
CJ checked in. He lives in Midland, Michigan. I know where Midland is. He's our bureau chief out there. Al and I was washing my bedding, and I was shaking it as normal. And there was a plastic bag that was in the vicinity that came alive, and as the bag floated down, I yelled out loud, "Ghost bag, I'm alive, baby," is what he said out there as he's doing the laundry. Well, that's something.
He's around.
He's always around.
You know I am, baby.
Yeah, asking ye shall receive. Hello, ghost bag.
I was hanging out in Midland, Michigan, in that dude's bed, just waiting for something to happen.
What were you doing out there? You just watching or just hovering?
I like that part of the country. It's
Why?
Saginaw, Michigan area. Sag nasty, baby.
There's a lot of people that just
Down and dirty in the Sag nasty.
never been to Michigan.
Yeah, you should go.
Why?
They really like people who don't vote.
Okay, well then it's my home.
Big fans of insurrection up there too. You might dig it. And they got a bunch of hotties like J.D. Vance looking dudes up there.
Yeah, but they're governors' women. I don't. Ugh.
Governors, he says.
Their governor candidates are women.
Governors. This is why I just like to watch you tickle yourself. I don't like when you talk so much. I like to watch you tickle yourself. That's more fun, baby.
Tickle?
Yeah. You get down there and you go tick, 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 tick.
Okay. Well, I'll be sure to do that to make up for
that's
not
right,
voting.
Yeah. You start talking too much, it bums me out.
Okay, well, you can just listen to the nice, supple sounds of sex then. Ghost vomit.
Supple sounds. Like, didn't I just tell you to not talk so much?
All right.
Supple sounds. Oh, God. No wonder he thinks Michigan has 2 governors.
I was thinking
He's
about
got a brain fog from manhandling himself so much. You should go back to doing that, Poundcake.
You're not necessarily wrong.
I saw you when you came home from that big gay Thunderdome over the weekend. When you got back home, I saw what you were doing.
I hope not.
Oh, I did. I watched all of it. I recorded it in my brain. I committed it to memory.
No wonder you're so messed up.
I'm not messed up. I just like what I like, sucker.
Okay. Well, I'll keep giving you more now that I can just go there on a regular basis.
That's right.
It's
I'm
gonna be
gonna
my new
follow you
spot.
too. I'm gonna follow you.
Okay, that's fine.
I've been, I got a side hustle as an Uber driver. So
I was gonna say from the Uber driver to the
Yeah.
to the back seat.
That's right. And if you're worried, no, I do not have legs. But that doesn't stop me from driving. Because it's America, baby. I gotta chase my paper. Just like everybody else.
Gotta get your paper.
I gotta get my paper. You know that, baby.
Yeah, I know. I've got it.
All right, well, anyway, don't talk so much and,
Stay out of politics. I got it.
yeah, you know, we only have one governor.
Governors. Yeah.
I gotta go.
Bye.
Boy, I'll tell you what, Bill, I don't know what to make of any of that. Very, very strange.
Just Poundcake's taken on a whole different persona lately.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. He's not ashamed of Ghostbag anymore. He's not trying to hide from him. You used to hate Ghostbag, and now it seems like you're turned down by
He's
it.
leaning into Ghostbag.
He's leaning into Ghostbag. He doesn't care about politics. He doesn't want to vote. He doesn't want to help his fellow man.
Nah.
But these are but this is nothing new.
Some of it's new.
It is? He's lazy.
Yeah,
Those
that's
things
true.
all check the boxes of having to do things.
I'm trying to think back. I don't know if I've ever. Maybe I just don't remember.
There's a fire truck pulling up.
Uh-oh.
Well, I think if an alarm goes off, they have to.
They have
pull
to
up, yeah.
actually show. I don't know if I've ever voted in the midterms. I don't remember. I don't know
You
if
should
I
vote in every election. All politics is local.
I know I should, but I don't know if I have or not. I don't know for sure. I think.
So listen, you're not alone. A lot of people just vote in presidential
If
elections.
I don't vote by mail, with my schedule, if I don't make time to exercise, I definitely am not getting up super early. I think there was one occasion. Ain't no one gonna tell me how to live. I think I voted by mail, and if I don't vote by mail, I'm not getting up super early to go. I think I did that one time, and it was in a ghetto, and I was like, I just want to be a blob and watch TV.
Truer words were never spoken.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll do better.
No, listen, it's
Do
your,
you, just be you.
It's your life. By the way, speaking of bags, a guy on ESPN made the world record cornhole shot. This was in Tennessee, I think, or a guy named Marty Smith on ESPN. This was ahead of
Throwbot. That's one of the top cornhole players' nicknames.
Throwbot.
The Throwbot.
This guy, he was just dicking around. I think this was they're doing coverage between the Georgia-Tennessee game, and he sunk a 76-foot long cornhole toss, and now he has the world record for it. Pretty wild. They're like, has anything this great ever happened? You know, because they're broadcasters, so they got to make it sound like a big deal, and then and they did. And
I have 3 children I love dearly. I've been married to my beautiful wife, Lainey, for 23 years. And I adore them all so much, but there is nothing that I've ever experienced that created the euphoria of winning the Redneck Olympics.
Culmination of the Redneck Olympics there. He hit the target at 76 feet. It's fun to watch that. Listen, I love playing bags. That's what we grew up playing in Illinois. But nothing is fair or safe anymore, you know? The cornhole world, the professional cornhole world, has been shaken by something they're calling bagate. I'm sorry. I'm being told that's Baggate. Listen. First, there were accusations of cheating in chess, butt plug cheating in chess. Then, fishing here in Northeast Ohio. Cheaters. And now cornhole is nothing sacred. Cornhole. The American Cornhole League, the ACL, has been torn by cheating allegations. People that the weight of their bags were illegal. The number 1 ranked doubles team, you always need a co-conspirator. Those cheating fishermen over there in Lake Erie. And now the number 1 ranked doubles team is being accused of cheating, being accused of using bags that were too thin, saying that if the accusations are correct, their bags failed to meet the requirements of the Cornhole League. There were bags. I thought, I mean, you know, the fishing tournament, they go, well, we're going to have to start checking these things because I think for too long,
you're trusting people.
You're on the honor system.
There's too much money at stake.
That's right.
Now with all these Johnsonville Brat sponsorships, it's a lot of money.
When it was a couple, but even the fishing thing.
Yeah.
It wasn't millions of dollars. That I would kind of understand. It was like 30 grand.
30 grand's a lot of money.
Yeah, but I mean, but now you can never compete again. It's not enough money to want to get kicked out for good of the one thing you seem to be good at.
Well, you're not actually good at it. That's the thing. So you're like, well, if I can get away with cheating, that's how I'm going to manipulate it so that I can look like I'm good at it.
The American Cornhole League has announced its intention to check bags at random. It's going to be like an airport now at a cornhole tournament. They're going to call you over for a bag check.
Why don't they just control the bags?
I don't know.
Why don't they just say, like,
here are your regulation bags?
Yes, NBA has the balls. The Major League Baseball, they're in charge of the balls. Like,
the players don't bring their own basketball. It's not like Pee-wee soccer. Yeah, I don't get it.
Control the bags.
But it has been a year so far of really broken dreams and shattered trust between sports as boring as chess, fishing, and cornhole. This is the most exciting thing to happen to these 3 sports in a generation. And if you can't trust the American Cornhole League, I don't know who you can trust. I've got to take a break. If you want to text for anything, 35192 to do that. I'll see those. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live, and wherever you are, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7.
Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I wonder why the fire trucks came. Now that I know where the fire is, it's way down. It's the Bridgeview Apartments. I don't know if it started in someone's apartment and climbed up to the rooftop deck or if it went the other way, but some wild photos on Twitter. But I don't know why our alarm went off and the CFD showed up over here. Because they got a big old, that's like West 9th and St. Clair.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's just like Fox 8, Chopper 8, or whatever, their audio. Yeah. Rooftop fire down there. Wild. Bridgeview Apartments on West 9th. Wonder why they ended up coming down here. I mean, it's a big enough fire where you wouldn't know, wouldn't confuse where they were going. Anyway, that's what was happening. But I'm telling you, because we're on the ground floor of a residential building, something like that could happen here too. Now, I'm no physicist. Pretty sure the fire would go up. But, you know, we're on the first floor. You know, in the old studios, we're on the fourth floor.
It's going to spread. But
years ago,
crazy.
There was a gas leak in the building out there at Oak Tree. And
they never fixed it, and that's why the show sounded the way they did.
Were you on the show then? This happened a long time ago. Okay, so there's a gas leak. And Mike Camerado, who was that's how long ago it was. He was one of our old engineers. Great dude. And he comes into the studio, and it's like, I was still on until 7 then, I think. We used to do 3 to 7. And it was like 10 to 6. And I'm not a guy who splits when there's an alarm going off. I got a show to do. So anyway, he comes in, he goes, everybody's got to get out of the building because there's a gas leak. We don't know what's going on. You've got to get out of the building. Now, with a gas leak, my understanding is that you're not going to go right back in the building. So I leave the building. I put on like music or something, right? Because he's like, I go, let me put some best of segments on. He goes, no, you got to get out right now. I go, okay. So I throw music on. So there's something on the air. And I go out to the parking lot and everybody's standing around. And I leave. Because I'm like, we're not going to get back in the building right away if there's a gas leak. They got to have people come out and they got to check stuff. So I figure that's it. So I had a couple errands to do post-show. And our old boss, Keith Abrams, who everybody around here called Sass Keith, my phone rings and he goes, where are you? And I go, I'm on my way home. He goes, why? And I go, because there's a gas leak. He goes, yeah, but they're letting everybody back in the building. I go, since when did they let everybody back in the building in 10 minutes because there's a gas leak?
And the show was almost over.
It was almost over, and it wasn't over, and he was pissed because I was like on my way home. I go, I put music on. What do you want from me? I was there to work. I would have stayed there and finished the show. They told me to get out. That means I'm done. So I learned a valuable lesson that day. When it comes to gas leaks,
stick around.
Just wait. Just stick around.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
That's right. So, yeah, I like to learn new things. We're losing another downtown neighbor, by the way.
Oh, no. Not just the building that's on fire?
Not just the building that's on fire. That's not even a neighbor. I mean, it's over there on the river. It's West 9th and St. Clair, right? It's like past west of, it's over by, they're called Bridgeview Apartments. So they're looking at a bridge. It's as good as it gets in Cleveland. You got a view of the bridge. But no, right around the corner from us, Prospect and 9th, Medical Mutual has the big corner building there.
Yeah.
Across from like the Clevelander and, you know, where those split off. And they're leaving. Oh, no. They're moving everybody that works for them out to Brooklyn in the old American Greetings building. Now, it wasn't even a month. I think our first show here was August 16th. Our first show in the new studios was August 16th, if memory serves. And right across the street from us was a convenience store. Now, they didn't really advertise that they were there very well. They had a neon lottery sign in the back of the place. But we weren't even here a month when Mary went across the street to get a drink, and the guy proceeds to tell her,
"We gone.
We're leaving next week because I can't stay in business. There's not enough business down here." We didn't even know the place was over there, and they're already gone. Now, I thought maybe it was because he knew we were coming down here, wanted nothing to do with us. I don't know the cut of his jib.
We would have helped him out, though.
Of course. He would have had regular business from everybody who works here, right across the street. Now, I hear us run Medical Mutual advertisements all the time. They're vacating this big building back here. And they're moving everybody out to the burbs, out to Brooklyn next year. I don't know what they do. I don't know what that means. But it means that the block we're on, because it's kind of part of our one big block.
About to get a little lonelier.
A little lonelier.
But they're also building a building right next door.
Well, they're building another condo building.
Right.
But that's going to be people living there, So imagine if you started working at Medical Mutual right downtown and you bought a condo right around the corner.
Like, this would be great.
I'm going to live right downtown. I'm going to
go to the grocery store. It's going to be awesome.
When will the Sherwin-Williams building be built?
Next week. It's going to be fully done next week.
Or so.
It's a moving target. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're building things downtown, but these guys are leaving.
The skyline.
Huh?
I said, because that building was supposed to change the skyline.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be done next week. Alan was
probably not done next week. No.
Probably not.
Nope.
I would like it to be
a
little more hustle bustle down here, because when I was walking around with Bobby when we went to Tower City, he's just like, this is the saddest mall. Like they built
everybody knows that.
I know, but it's still. But I remember when it was a great mall.
I don't. It's only sucked when I've been here. So no, I don't remember.
I remember when it was the spot.
Yeah,
it was like,
I get it.
It was crazy to just go down there. It was an event.
If you have those memories,
yeah,
right. But for me, in my time in Cleveland, things have only gotten bigger, right?
Right.
So people go, it's so sad down here. I go, you should have been here when I moved here in 2009.
Yeah. Oh,
it was like Thunderdome.
When I started doing stand-up, that's when I was coming
Holy
downtown
Christ.
a lot. 2004. I mean, Pickwick was the only thing on East 4th. There was like a Wendy's, which, I love Wendy's. And then it was just very sad.
But why do you think that
Wendy's is great, though, because you can get breakfast any time of day.
It's not any time. Breakfast hours only.
Oh, I have been misinformed. Mm-hmm. What, Cody?
Why do you think that is? Why is there nothing popping down here? It's not like there's not people. Like, if you go to the flats, give them something to do.
Because the tail is wagging the dog. They figure, it worked for Heinen's. They figured, hey, if we get more people to move downtown, then there will be infrastructure will build up around them, right? The big complaint for a long time was there were people who lived downtown, but they had to get in their car to go grocery shopping. So they fixed that with the Heinen's because they kind of reached a point where there were enough people living downtown. But there is still there's a terminal velocity with all these residential, because the money to build these places is always circulating. There's always money to build these places.
Well,
but then they're on the hook to keep them full, and that's never going to happen.
And that's the
You're not going to have them all full.
And then you also have to keep in mind, a lot of these buildings are very old, so if you want to move your people in there, it's not just about putting some typewriters in like it was back in the day. You need
piping, and
you got to retrofit the whole
you gotta
thing.
Fix the whole building up, because these buildings are falling into disrepair.
Like from the 20s.
So that takes a lot of money. And we were like, we'll just go to this old American Greetings. It's cheaper and easier to park, and parking's a big thing too.
Now, there are only 250 employees around the corner from us who are going to be moving out there. The Medical Mutual has been in that building since 1947.
Sheesh.
And they're like, forget it. Let's just go. That's a bummer.
Well, you start a company and put it over there.
I will. Poundcake Incorporated.
What are you going to make?
And what are you going to make or sell?
pound cakes. It's going to be little.
Pardon me?
The pound cake mini bites. Yeah.
That's already a thing.
And also, it's not a factory. You need a factory for that.
Well, that'd be the headquarters.
That's not
and the
zoned
factory
for
would be somewhere else.
industrial. Huh?
I said that will be the headquarters, the corporate headquarters. Now
Okay.
put the factory somewhere else.
All right.
And
Well,
what do you mean there's
get it
already
rolling.
pound cake mini bites? There's no pound cake mini bites. There's mini bites of other things, but you can have your own brand or your own interpretation of what a mini bite is.
So all of a sudden,
Mega mini
talk about
bites.
the tail wagging the dog. All of a sudden, your business plan is mini bites because we call you pound cake.
Yeah. Tail wagging the dog. But if it works.
Tail wagging the dog. He knows what that means.
I'm just saying, I heard of, like, a friend of mine lives.
You do realize when I say that's already a thing. You know Entenmann's, no small company, already makes pound cake mini bites.
But they're not as good as the ones that he's going to make.
Oh.
He's going to make the best pound cake.
I'll tell you what, it's
mini
too bad
bites.
that Donnie took the buyout on his family's bakery.
You
two could have really done something there, provided that Donnie is still alive. We haven't heard from him in a long, long time. You know? They might be searching for his remains as we speak.
Oh, no.
I don't know.
Okay, no, I didn't know that there was actual pound cake mini bites.
You thought that would be the
See,
one
that's why
thing
you
that
need
the
a team, man. You got to get a team.
I didn't know it was.
Can't just be throwing things out there. Get your team on
But
it
no,
first.
I didn't know they were called pound cake mini bites. I knew that they had pound cakes and they were small little muffins, but I didn't know they were actually called pound cake mini bites. Okay, well then no, yeah, that's a.
They have cream cheese flavored toothpaste and watermelon flavored mouthwash. You thought somehow they overlooked tiny little pound cakes in the bakery industrial complex.
Okay, well then yeah, I'll have to rework that. But I just think it's fascinating that these apartments think they're going to get so much money, and people do pay for those. Like when you have like a $2,500 or $3,000 a month 1-bedroom apartment in downtown Cleveland, I'm like, okay, you could have lived anywhere. I'm glad that you're participating in the Cleveland economy. I'm glad that you care so much about the city that you want a downtown 1-bedroom apartment. But I just can't help but think, I'm like, why? Why would you pay that type of money to live downtown here?
I don't know. You'd want to ask them.
Well, I asked him, and he was just like, oh, well, it's close to my job. I'm like, okay, that's good, I guess. He pays like another $2,500, or not $2,500, like I think it's like $300 a month for parking. And he was like, periodically he has to move it because they use that garage for something else. I'm like, that's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous, but sounds like he can afford it.
Yeah, he has a really good job.
Well, listen.
He's not coming up with already existing products. That's why he's thriving.
Mm-hmm.
He's a guy, not the guy. He works at a big company.
And he is a guy in what capacity?
He's like an engineer for a bigger company.
All right.
You should team up with him.
Yeah. He tells him the measurements, the specs on like crumb cakes and stuff.
I don't know what type of engineer he is.
Oh, I thought you said for a bakery company.
No, some type of big company.
Oh, big company. I thought he said for a bakery company.
I wasn't
I'm like,
sure.
Yeah, this guy's working the height, width, and depth of crumb cakes or something.
No,
Yeah.
big company, not bake
All right.
company.
That's what I thought you said. That's why you were going in the little bites pound cake direction.
No.
Because you had a friend who was a baking engineer.
No,
which
I
I've never
wish.
even heard of before, but yeah.
My buddy lives in that building that's on fire.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
7th floor.
He's
is what
on the
this
7th
article says.
floor.
Can he get down?
He's
Are they
not
gonna
there
put,
right now.
are they going to put the big ladder up? Did he leave a curling iron on? I wonder what happened. It was a big fire.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out right now, but it's crazy.
Yeah, pretty wild. Well, hope everyone's all right. I don't know what to tell you. Aaron Carter's neighbors had kind of a strange reaction. You know, Aaron Carter was found dead in his bathtub. And one of his neighbors said, well, now we don't have to deal with him anymore. That was his reaction because apparently Aaron Carter was making a lot of noise and he and his girlfriend were screaming and playing loud music. It's still a bit of a strange reaction when your neighbor dies. And they said that the neighbor said that all he did was cause havoc for his community. He was in the process of selling his house. 7-bedroom, 4-bath for $800K because it's out there in the middle of nowhere. He was out there in Lancaster, California. And so, yeah, people are like, oh, my God, you can get a 7-bedroom house in L.A. for $800,000? Yeah. If you want to move out to the Mojave, you can. You're not living in Hollywood. But if you had a neighbor die, and the only neighbors I've ever had die were elderly neighbors, people who died of natural causes. But if you had a real pain-in-the-ass neighbor who died like that, unfortunate circumstances, I'm not sure if your reaction would be, well, it'd be a lot quieter. Be a lot quieter around here without all that nonsense. But that wasn't the route that one of the neighbors took. He said, well, we won't have to put up with that anymore. The singer got mad at this particular neighbor, telling him to sign his document. They would blast loud music at all hours. Well, yeah, they're tweakers. I mean, that's why it ends the way that it does. You know, it's tragic, but that was bound to happen. I don't think anyone's shocked.
That's also a reason I don't think I could get heavily into drugs, because I just don't like music that loud.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I don't need it to be that loud. I like to be able to hear my thoughts.
Okay.
My girlfriend likes loud music, and I'm like, it doesn't need to be this loud.
Yeah, I like loud music.
It's like, yeah, it's loud. She's like, you worried about your neighbors? I'm like, no, I'm worried about me. Like, it just bothers me when it's that loud.
Alan, you made up the bakery industrial complex. I did. There's huge companies that make Nestle and Mondelez and General Mills. These are massive companies that are making what Poundcake wants to make. Bimbo! Bimbo is the largest baking company in the world based out of Mexico. You've seen Bimbo trucks.
It's called Bimbo?
Bimbo.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they bought Sara Lee and Wonder Bread and, you know. Bimbo?
I don't think I've ever
Kellogg. My older kids grew up in Battle Creek, Michigan. Kellogg is based in Battle Creek, Michigan. Huge companies that are making these things. Poundcake, listen, I love a good David and Goliath story as much as the next dude. But he'd have to have a slingshot full of the most delicious tiny pound cakes anyone had ever had in order to make any inroads against
That's what they
monoliths.
Called.
What?
Not mini pound cakes. They gotta be called tiny pound cakes.
Yes, tiny pound cakes.
That's the branding, dum-dum.
That's right.
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, you want to
eat my cake?
Hey, you want to eat my cake? Check it out, man. Eat my cake. Come on.
You want my cake and eat it too?
I got my cake and eat it too. I'm gonna go around the corner.
Oh, that was fun. Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, I want to get in on this downtown conversation deal. You know, a couple major factors are the influence. The city of Cleveland, the county, and the state all bribe companies to come downtown. And cities like Brooklyn and the other suburbs, they all give incentives and other bonuses and benefits to corporations to move into their city. And another major factor is with COVID, many people are working from home now. And so a lot of these corporations, they don't need these offices anymore.
No one's surprised. I mean, it's bad timing for companies that are building things downtown because, you know, I think these plans are laid out years in advance. And then a pandemic hits and everybody goes, well, this thing is underway. I mean, you know, it's funded and it's underway. And we've got contractors and we've got, you know, venture capitalists, blah, blah, blah.
If you buy a condo in downtown Cleveland, you get 30 years of tax abatement. That means you don't have to pay taxes for the next 30 years while all the other suburb people that live, you know, out in the outer belt, they have to pay taxes. So it's basically bribery, and it's unfair. It is corrupt.
Yeah, but Steve, tax abatements are nothing new. This is it's not bribery. It's like, hey, want to live downtown? Yeah. Here's some financial incentives. It's the same as if you want to buy a house out in the sticks. There's financial incentives to do that.
No, not in the
Nobody
sticks.
told you to live in the
There's no
burbs. There are plenty of people that go, we're empty nesters now. We're going to go to a place downtown. And so these places fill up for like a year or so. And then they go, let's go back to the suburbs. There's only so many professional athletes that are going to live downtown at any given time.
No, they all live in Westlake and the other better suburbs, and there's no tax abatement in the suburbs like the city gives or bribes.
Right, so live downtown. Nobody's telling you to live out there. It's not their fault.
Yeah, but there's nobody wants to live downtown. Nobody wants.
There's plenty of people living down here. There's plenty of people living down here. If you wanted an apartment in the building we're in, you can't get one right now. There's no apartments upstairs.
Not only is there tax abatement for the people who move down, but the developers get all kind of goodies under the table and over the table, and all kind of extra cash that people don't even know about that they get. And that's the developers make out like bandits.
Well, you should have been a developer. Developers. Okay, thank you, Steve. Hey, Rat.
Oh, hey, little radio buddies.
Hey, are you working where the fire is?
No, bro. God bless it. I miss everything. So I started just as a specialist in my own company, working over at that place, and they have another couple buildings around town, 55th and Shoreline. And, man, I can't tell you how sweet these secretaries are and how awesome the maintenance crew is and the owners, and I feel really bad right now that there's a fire on the roof because we've been putting a ton of work into those buildings. Just the sweetest.
What happened?
Still, man, I don't know. Nobody's answering their phone. They're all probably running around panicking. This place is so...
running around panicking. Oh, I hope that they're not running in circles. I hope they're not running in circles, Rat. It'd be terrible.
It's so huge. I got lost in there probably 7 times.
Yeah.
Okay, like stairwells leading into the abyss of garages, elevators popping out of nowhere. There's 13 floors on this place.
That sounds like that sounds like a contractor problem. If the elevators lead to nowhere, that is going to cause a lot of problems out there in the. Okay, listen, Rat, I've got to move on, but I do appreciate the check-in. Thank you, pal. I'll have another $1,000 for you on the way at 4:30. Next chance for you to go fund yourself after the break. The Bill Squire Christmas McCwanza is set to take place at the world-famous Agora on December the 16th. It's a Friday night, and I will have tickets for you after the break here and give you full details on that. So we'll take a break, 35192 to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
WMMS weather.
Partly cloudy or partly sunny. Take your pick this Election Day Tuesday. Highs in the 50s. Mostly clear skies tonight with overnight lows in the 40s. For your Wednesday, sunny. Highs in the 60s.
This report is sponsored by Molina Healthcare.
Choose Molina Healthcare. Get 24/7 virtual care, Amazon Prime for 90 days, vision care, and much more. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say the keyword Molina Healthcare to learn more. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
BetMGM is coming soon to Ohio, but you can sign up right now with a special early registration offer. Open a BetMGM account today with the bonus code BUZZARD and receive $200 in free bets once the app goes live. It's the best way to be ready for the action the moment BetMGM begins accepting wagers. And there's no deposit required. Get ready to start enjoying all your favorite sports more than ever. Simply sign up today with the bonus code BUZZARD and receive $200 in free bets at BetMGM. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 years of age or older to wager, Ohio only, new customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable free bets or site credit. Free bets expire in 7 days from issuance. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM Northfield Park.
Domino's Mix and Match menu has items for every occasion. Flaked on your friend's open mic night? Flaky bread twists and molten lava cakes should do the trick. Soccer team duty? Medium 2-topping pizzas and stuffed cheesy bread are your best defense. Is it your dog's half birthday? Celebrate his biggish day with savory sandwiches and tender specialty chicken. Mix and match 2 or more items for $6.99 each at Domino's. Ask for this offer. 2-item minimum prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary. Bone and wings, Red Bull pasta, and pan pizza will cost extra. Local stores set delivery fees and can charge extra for some menu items.
Did you know your home equity is one of the most affordable ways to borrow? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal, and it's true. The rate on a home equity line is less than a credit card, a personal loan, and even a car loan. And unlike a cash-out refi, with an equity line, you get to keep your current low mortgage rate. You only pay interest on what you actually need, plus at Third Federal, you don't pay any closing costs. So use your Third Federal home equity line of credit for whatever you want. Remodel your kitchen, pay for college, or even a family vacation. So go for it. Lock in today's guaranteed lowest rate and get as much as $200,000.
Right now at Third Federal, get the guaranteed lowest rate on an equity line of credit of prime minus 0.76%, currently 6.24% APR on balances of $50,000 and over. For balances under $50,000, the rate is prime minus 0.26%, currently 6.74% APR. Apply online or call 1-800-3RD-FED. See details for guarantee at thirdfederal.com.
Of a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. 0 down at Mazda of Kent. Over 100 brand new Mazdas available, with more arriving daily at your Mazda destination, the all-new Mazda of Kent. During the Mazda Season of Inspiration, come experience our new Retail Evolution dealership, MazdaKent.com, MazdaKent.com. Example, new 22 Mazda CX-5 Select, 29.8, 0 down, 838 per month, 36 months at 2.9% APR, plus tax tag title to qualified buyers. No payments for 90 days when you finance through MFS.
This is Staples.
So, rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
Anticipation is building. The holidays are just around the corner, and at the Home Depot, we can't wait. With Black Friday savings all through November, you can count down to Christmas early with a Santa Countdown Inflatable Special Buy, only $69.98. Or anticipate when friends and family come to visit with an entrance full of LED lights that will welcome them and the holidays with open arms. Get the holiday magic started early. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
This time of year, you double down on cheer. So does Dunkin'. That's why they have twice the signature lattes, with minty peppermint mocha and creamy toasted white chocolate lattes, handcrafted with rich espresso. Grab one today. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
'Tis the season to get Diamonds Direct's unbeatable price, plus an extra 20% off virtually everything. Yes, it's happening next weekend, November 18th through 20th. 3 days of spectacular store-wide savings. All rings, all earrings, all pendants, all bracelets, all on sale. This is the last store-wide sale of the year. Now is the time to shop and save. Designers are here with their entire line, all at the lowest prices of the year, plus special financing. Details at diamondsdirect.com. It's November 18th, 19th, and 20th only, and only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our
Stuff They Don't Want You to Know book. Available now. Order at StuffYouShouldReadBooks.com or wherever you buy your books.
All right, you want tickets for the Bill Squire McCwanza 2022. Mary Santora, John Bruton, Mike Polk Jr., Jasmine Carter, and William Scott Squire. It happens Friday, December the 16th at the world-famous Agora. The tickets are on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at agoracleveland.com. Anything I missed?
I think that's all of it. I think you got it.
2 tickets for you to Bill Squire's McCwanza on December 16th. Caller 10, good luck, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Forget the Rock Hall. When does Poundcake go into the Country Hall of Fame?
My truck, my beer, my guns.
Say it again.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Boy, no sooner do they induct the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's class of 2022 in L.A. the other night than Cleveland.com is already handicapping the 2023 nominees. They're like, all right, it's never too early to start talking about. I know I know Poundcake's getting a winner right now, but I got a real bone to pick. They have opened up Pandora's box over there at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Oh.
Because the photo at the top of this article at Cleveland.com, Troy Smith wrote this, predicting the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's 2023 nominees. The header photo is Mariah Carey. Because what's happened now is the further and further away we get away from it being the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, the more that you normalize having Jay-Z, Eminem, Whitney Houston. The further
Pop Music Hall of Fame.
The further you get away from it.
It's called the Rock Hall, but it's the Pop Music Hall of Fame.
And they're not going to change the name. I mean, maybe they will. I don't know. But I mean, that's been such part and parcel of the city's identity. And clearly they are less and less concerned with that criticism because they're like, people get over it. You know, these are huge acts and, you know, but, you know, the class of 2022, the biggest names were Eminem and Dolly Parton. You know, I got to bug up my ass about Judas Priest only being the third metal band to ever get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And they weren't even inducted with like the main class. They snuck them in with like the, I guess
honorary mentions.
Yeah, well, like the
like
equivalent of a Lifetime Achievement Award or something. So there are again, you're beating a dead horse when you even have these conversations. But the further that they get away from what I can only assume was the original mission of the Rock Hall to really opening it up, you know, Eminem was a first ballot Hall of Famer. I don't think anybody was surprised that he got in because people are getting used to that now.
Mm-hmm.
So when people go, well, there's a billion rock bands that aren't in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Yeah, they have a point. But you're also looking for eyeballs. You're also looking for artists that make noise, you know, pop culture-wise. So I don't know. They start rolling out names that could potentially go in next year. And you're going to have, as they break them down, the usual suspects. You're going to have there's a same bunch of bands that get nominated, you know, the MC5, and Kate Bush will probably be a nominee again. And Devo will be a nominee again. And Shaka Khan. You know, I think Iron Maiden was a nominee. Iron Maiden should be in. Motorhead should be in. They'll probably put Rage up again. But the question is, who are the newbies going to be? And Mariah Carey is on Troy Smith's list. Because it's like, they inducted her lawyer. I think that the guy that Springsteen inducted was this big famous music entertainment lawyer. But once you have once you've crossed the Rubicon into Whitney Houston, and there isn't a single rock artist who would tell you that she influenced them at all. Same with Mariah Carey. You're not going to meet a single rock artist who goes, well, my primary influence was Mariah Carey. But they've opened those floodgates now. So you're going to be looking at George Michael. Are Tears for Fears going to get in? Now, I'm a huge Tears for Fears fan, and they are a rock band. So that's not so weird to me. But they don't have a problem with inducting hip-hop and rap bands. So is Salt and Peppa going to get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Alanis Morissette. You know, she bailed from performing. Alanis was supposed to be in L.A., and there's conflicting reports about what happened. Her statement was that she was supposed to do the Carly Simon thing with Olivia Rodrigo, and she bailed at the last minute. Her explanation was that the production staff for the telecast was terrible, sexist, and she heard a lot of things she didn't like. And Alanis is very much and has always been fist in the air, yay ladies. But obviously, if that's the case, those people don't want to look like dicks, so they're trying to foist some thing that she couldn't sing the songs. You're So Vain is not a hard song to sing. That's not there's no high register stuff in You're So Vain. So I tend to not believe that Alanis Morissette couldn't nail that song. And she's got no reason to lie. So I don't know. But no sooner has the class of 2022 gone in where they're already handicapping who could. And again, this is all people throwing things out and going, hey, you know, nobody has any kind of inside track. But if you were under the misapprehension that the Whitney Houstons were going to kind of be a one-off because she was such a big deal, that ain't the case. They've opened Pandora's box where nobody would be shocked if Mariah Carey got into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So, I mean, Sting, he could get in. He's already in with the Police. Poundcake wouldn't have any problem with Mariah Carey getting in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I'm trying to think of a rock song from Mariah Carey.
She doesn't have one. That's the point. And there isn't if you had to think that hard, and there isn't a single rock artist who would ever quote her as an influence.
Heartbreaker is
no.
a really good one, has a really good.
There's no rock song. No.
Honey?
No. Not one. That's why, because didn't they say a couple of months ago that she did some grunge album in the early 90s, but it got re-recorded?
Background vocals.
Yeah,
for
something
her.
like that. But yeah, so, I don't know. We're way far off from this. So you'll have a handful of repeat nominees, but I'm always curious as to when that committee gets together, what first-timers spring to mind for them? They go, well, this is a person that's got to be on the, you know. And they're more and more going to be pop artists. They're going to be George Michael. And, I mean, Michael Jackson's in there. But But Michael Jackson was such a global phenomenon. He had Eddie Van Halen playing solos in his songs. Michael Jackson, you can make a case for. Mariah Carey.
Yeah, that was rock music.
Whitney Houston, you cannot. Yeah.
That had a lot of influence.
Yeah. Michael Jackson was you know, very successful at bridging that gap. Alice in Chains should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and you know, Motley Crue and those kinds of bands. I don't know. Would Patrick Stewart induct Salt and Peppa?
Salt
and Peppa. The Mulaney bit.
I think Mulaney as Patrick Stewart would be the way to do it.
Yeah.
The best intro, by the way, I ever saw of an SNL host with the musical guest was Sir Patrick Stewart, okay? Sir Patrick Stewart was introducing the musical guest, and this is how he did it. He went, ladies and gentlemen, Salt and Peppa! Like he was surprised by Peppa. Like minutes before, they'd been like, we can't find Peppa anywhere. And he was like, if we must go on with Salt alone, we will go on with Salt alone. And they're like, 3, 2, 1. And Peppa bursts through the door and he's like, ladies and gentlemen, Salt. And what's this? Peppa!
Ah, boy. I got $1,000 to give to you. Shot for you to go fund yourself. Listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword WIN at WMMS.com. That's WIN. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
So next one for you is around 5:30. There are people who are, and boy, they make themselves heard if I don't get it right at 30 after. As well you should. I'm just over here, warbling away, forgetting what's happening. Alan, I'm so baffled that Blue Oyster Cult isn't in the rock. Yeah, there are all kinds of bands. You can find a fan base for every single band and have those people go, why aren't they in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? I don't know. But I'm more focused on the fact that the article they wrote had Mariah Carey in the pole position there. Because that's where we are now.
Because that's going to get people pumped up because she doesn't go out that much anymore. So getting her inducted is a big deal.
The Rock and Pop Hall of Fame, somebody suggests.
Yeah. The Pop and Roll Hall of Fame.
The Poppin' and Lockin' Hall of Fame.
I love pop and roll.
Yeah. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You're always welcome to call us there. It is 216-986-8903.
Alan, baby, it's your boy calling you from the lovely and sunny TSP, Tarpon Springs, Florida. I really hate to call and bother you and rehash this tired old bit. I know you've put it to bed. You've done your time. You've proven you're a pro. But I would love if I could trouble you for a really small favor. Man, you got to hit the post on Blackout by the Scorpions.
My God.
It's feast or famine. What's with all these people all of a sudden want me to hit the post?
I think people want it all the time. They just get tired of asking because it falls on deaf ears.
Man, you got to hit the post on Blackout by the Scorpions. If you could do that, if you want to, it would really help get me through this day. Y'all keep it easy. Bye.
Blackout by the Scorpions. That is a deep dive, boy. I don't think
I don't even know that song.
Blackout. I mean, 81, 82? I haven't played that song in a long time.
Was that like a radio hit?
No. It was the title song to the album. And even in the early 80s, it was like their 7th album. They've been making albums since the early 70s. Blackout from the Scorpions. Let me listen to it real quick. In my ear.
All right. Well, is it
okay? Well, I haven't done this in a long time. I'll take a shot.
You're gonna take a shot at this one.
I'll take a shot.
This wasn't even a regular song played on the radio.
No, but we would play it from time to time, way back in the day.
Okay.
Blackout. 100.7 WMMS Sprechen Sie Rock. Brand new one from the Scorpions, a band from Hanover, Germany. So. Hand over your money and go get the album. Song's called Blackout. Got it right now on Der Buzzard. Hey, that was all right.
On Der Buzzard.
Right? They're German.
Yeah,
all right,
bilingual. I can tell.
Yeah.
It's great.
All right, well.
That was great.
Okay, there we go.
I hate how much I like that. It was really funny.
Well, okay, I got lucky.
All right.
Well, maybe I got something back. There's Blackout for you. Corey down there in Tarpon Springs. Okay. Oh, I thought they were going to go into the chorus there. Scorpions are like a good meat and potatoes band.
I don't mind the Scorpions.
Yeah.
I just never went that deep with them, so I just know the hits, but I don't hate this at all.
Saw them at Monsters of Rock 100 years ago, and never lost those German accents, boy. Here we go. Whoop. Yeah. Blackout! Blackout! Yeah. Yeah, this is a good meat and potatoes. By the way, going real deep with the Scorpions. If you've never seen it, their 4th album, we're talking 1976, was highly controversial. It was called Virgin Killer. I don't know how they ever got away with this. Even in the mid-70s, people go, well, it was a different time. I have no idea how they got away with it. The album cover for Virgin Killer was like a naked 12-year-old girl You ever seen Scorpions' Virgin Killer?
Jeez, no.
People flipped
Yeah.
out when this. But again, back in the day, there were album covers like Blind Faith. They had a topless young girl on there. But the album's called Virgin Killer.
But the 12-year-olds.
And they had to immediately, I don't know how immediately, I shouldn't say that. It was 1976. Had to re-release the album, and they just threw together some group shot of the Scorpions. But like a couple of years later, their album cover got classified as child porn. I'm like, what were they thinking? I mean, they're German, so maybe there was something there. But, and that album didn't do anything here. I mean, even with that kind of controversy and whatever, nobody in the States cared about Virgin Killer. It was one of those albums that, like, Japan was buying a lot of copies of. You know, that's why Scorpions are still a pretty big band. But there are American rock bands way past their prime that can still go and kill it in Japan because they still have this love for like 80s American hair bands and stuff. But the Scorpions kind of started out in the early 70s. They were kind of still finding their footing, and they were very much more of a late 60s sounding band. So I think they were probably trying to fit in with American audiences, and so that the early stuff sounded kind of more like, you know, hippie music.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got hard rock. But holy Christ, that Virgin Killer album cover's like, how did they ever get away with that?
Why would they even think that's a good idea?
I don't know. Well, she's naked, but the cover, there's an effect of like the glass is shattered over her crotch.
Oh, that's so much better.
It's like you can still, I don't know, man. Yeah, a nude 10-year-old girl.
Ugh.
And the Scorpions are like, the record company's idea. We didn't actually have the idea. And the record company told them, even if we, this is the quote they say from the record company, even if we have to go to jail, there's no question that we will release that.
Why is that the sword you want to die on?
I don't know.
It's marketing.
I do not. Guys, if I have to go to hell and back, we're going to release an album cover with a naked 10-year-old girl on it.
Why do you, and to the people buying it, why do you want to be the skeezy guy?
Because they were because those were the lengths that the companies would go to get attention for these bands they were trying to break in the States.
I understand that, but you're making your customers feel I mean, you are pervy if you buy that. If you're going to, it's just like Playboy, that you buy the Playboys for the articles. Like, I'm just buying the album because, the music's really good. Like,
but also you have to
ignore the album cover.
You also have to think of the things, if you're an artist or a performer or whatever, you also have to consider the things that when you were young, you were just trying to get in people's faces. I mean, I've got bits over the course of my career that aired on the radio where I listen to them now and I go, oh my God. I wrote it, I produced it, I aired it, multiple bits over the course of my career. I'm like, oh my God, I cannot believe. But it was like, I was younger, you're trying to get people to pay attention to you, you're trying to get some juice. The time is different. But man, even in 1976, you're like, guys, we can't put out. It's a 10-year-old girl.
Like,
So,
I get an
anyway.
album cover being kind of sexy and stuff. And I mean, one of my favorite album covers of all time is Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass.
Yes.
Whipped Cream and Other Delights. That's a great album cover.
Yes, especially since that lady's dead now.
Makes it even sexier.
Yeah, Whipped Cream and Other Delights. My dad had
Were
that in
they-
his. I went steady
like,
with
"Make her
that album.
younger."
cover. Yeah. 1965. Oh, boy. Herb. He knew what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
He knew exactly what he was doing to young, impressionable boys in the early 60s.
And then the best part is this is the music that's on the album.
Yeah.
You're like, wait.
I thought it was going to be like sexy death metal
Yeah,
or something.
Not game show interlude music.
All right, we've got Jenny from Pasadena, California. She's got 45 points right now.
Trying to have a key party over here.
We got Daryl next shot of the board, and here are your categories.
Now, don't get me wrong. This is cooking music for me. When I'm cooking, I love throwing on Herb Alpert or any of these like instrumentals like this because it's just fun music while you're cooking.
Sure. Or Java by Al Hurt. You're out there, you're in the kitchen, you're cooking and doing some fun stuff.
Especially if you're making sausage. polka for sausage.
Sausage.
Oh, once you.
I probably got some.
When you watch the Weird Al movie, one of the things in that is he goes to a polka party.
Yeah.
Because those are the hottest things when he was a kid. And they could get you into a lot of trouble going to a polka party.
A lot of trouble. I got to take a break. If you want to text 35192 for anything, AlanCoxShow.com, you can watch live there. And you can listen anywhere throughout North America on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
He's dumb and stupid. He's lazy. He can't even pronounce Dua Lipa. At least that's what I've heard.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Give it to me, Poundcake. Who do you think this is?
3 Days Grace?
Nope.
That's not a terrible guess for that once.
Yeah, he won't know, but I just like to know what comes to his mind. There's a band called Deftones.
Oh, never would have, never, I mean, I've heard of it now that you said it, but it wouldn't be at the top of mine at all.
It's been a minute since I've seen Deftones. I was getting emails from Ticketmaster Canada that they were trying to refund me on my Deftones tickets, and they couldn't get through to me, and I thought it was a scam. I had bought tickets to see Deftones in Toronto May of 21, and because of the pandemic, the can got kicked down the road a year. So I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing in 2022, so I sold the tickets on Ticketmaster Canada, and I thought that they had refunded me, but I guess they never did. Because I don't have a Canadian bank account, they had to mail me a check. And so I'm just now, I don't have it yet, but they're just now sending it to me. They're like, yeah, we got to mail you a check because we've been trying to refund your money for a year and a half. I'm like, okay, well, send me the thing. But Deftones is one of many, many bands who have posted about a metal festival in Vegas next May. Have you seen this?
No.
Called Sick New World. Ooh. You know they had that like punk emo festival called When We Were Young out in Vegas? Well, this is basically like if you were like a early aughts, late 90s new metal fan.
I'm listening.
Sick New World is going to happen May 13th. One day they're going to get all these bands. System of a Down, Korn, Deftones, Incubus, Papa Roach, Chevelle. Flyleaf has their, remember Flyleaf? They have their, I think they're a Christian band. Death Grips, fantastic. Ministry, Killing Joke, KMFDM, Spirit Box, awesome. Seven Dust POD, basically everyone you can think of. Horror, Melvin's Failure. How they're going to do it in one day, I don't know. Body Count, Filter, My Life with a Thrill Kill Cult, Monster Magnet, for Christ's sake. Cold Chamber, Skinny Puppy. So anyway, May 13th. It's called Sick New World. It goes on sale this Friday. That's what it says.
That's
May
insane.
13th. I don't know how many stages they're going to have.
They have like 4 bands that can legit headline the festival. Probably 5.
Yeah. So it kind of runs the gamut.
A lot of stages, I'm guessing.
Mr. Bungle with Mike Patton, Sisters of Mercy. Yeah, but I think System of a Down is the big headliner. So that's pretty sweet.
Saw them at Sonic Temple, and they were fantastic.
You going to go on the Coheed cruise?
No, I don't really want to go on a cruise. I'm not really a cruise guy.
They've
done a couple of these.
These guys never met a title they didn't like, a long title. The title of the Coheed cruise is called The SS Neverender, Raiders of Silent Earth 3. They'll fly. They'll go from Miami to the Dominican Republic. Coheed and Cambria, Sunny Day Real Estate. Animals as Leaders. That's a great band. So there's no shortage of places you can go, trips you can take. Alan, I don't want to fly to Vegas. I hear you. That's why a couple of industrious lads in local metal have put together a Cleveland Metal Festival. I was reading about that this morning, and there's a couple of things that jumped out at me. This is going to happen. They're calling it Cleveland Mosh, CLE Mosh. It's going to happen December 3rd at the Beachland. And they have one national act. Never heard of them, but it's a band called I Set My Friends on Fire. So I like it already. But a handful of local bands that jumped out at me. I'm not familiar with all of them. Dying of Desolation is one of the local bands. It's a couple dudes from that band that were like, Cleveland should have its own heavy festival. You know, Incarceration is out at the Mansfield Reformatory now. Sonic Temple's down in Columbus.
But that didn't even happen this year.
Sonic Temple?
They haven't done that since 2019.
Right. So they're calling it CLE Mosh. And Titans in Time, who are a phenomenal local band. A band called Denialist, which I've never heard, but I love the name. And a little band called Between Home and Serenity. Does that ring any bells?
It does.
That's one Ian Vare.
That's what I was going to say.
Our own Erica Lauren's husband's band. BHOS is what they would call it. So it's going to now it starts at 3 in the afternoon. I've got a couple issues with that. Metal is not a daytime thing. Nevertheless, when you have that many bands,
you got to start early.
You got to start early. It's going to go to midnight. I'll let it slide.
I wonder what it's going to smell like there.
It's going to smell great, Poundcake. You're going to find out because you're going.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, you're doing man on the street all
You're
day.
doing man on the street. I'm sending you with a scroll of questions. And you're going to stand outside the Beachland asking questions while I'm inside banging my friggin' head. So CLE Mosh, they're hoping, I imagine they're hoping that this is the inaugural of many. And the tickets are only $15. So something to look forward to. If you are a metal fan, it's going to be a lot of local heavy bands. With the national act, I Set My Friends on Fire as the headliner. That must be why there's only 2 guys in the band. So things to look forward to. Hey, by the way, and I didn't mean to, I mentioned Aaron Carter earlier, how his neighbor was very dismissive of him dying because he created so many problems and caused so much noise. And I was like, you know what? I should really, this feels like the domain of hot celebrity gossip, of hot goss.
I mean,
it felt like
right.
I felt like I was stepping on Perez Bilton's toes.
Yeah, a little bit.
Are you ready for hot goss?
Hold on. Get out the jersey.
I can talk to Patrick first. Let me talk to Patrick. Hey, Patrick.
Hey, Alan. Hate the show. How you doing?
Good. Bill is in the phone booth changing into his superhero costume. What's going on?
Hey, Alan. I just wanted to comment. I do love the show.
Thank you.
I love your vocabulary and your intellectual properties. But the way you say Kansas City Chiefs sends me, bro. I don't know why.
Are you living in Kansas City or you just don't like the Chiefs part?
I am not.
Oh.
No, I'm a Clevelander. I love the Kansas City part, but the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Oh, man. 2 days in a row I heard it. I was like, oh, my God, Alan, I can't stand it.
Yes, Chiefs. If the plural of beef are beeves, then the plural of chief is Chiefs.
I mean, I guess so.
I'll tell you what makes me mad.
show.
I'll tell you what makes me mad, Patrick, is when people hit me up and they use chief as a singular noun. They go, "Hey, can I be a bureau chief?" I go, "No,
absolutely not.
That's a chief. There are multiple chiefs among all of our
multiple chiefs."
Yeah. So we will. You and I will agree to agree, Patrick.
Absolutely, I got you. You
All
run the show. It's your name, buddy.
Thank you, pal.
All right, have a good
there's
day.
Patrick out there in Newton Falls. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you appropriately dressed?
I got the jersey on.
All right.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
Are you wearing sweatpants for this? Or
Oh,
are you,
yeah,
I am. Are you?
Wearing sweatpants, got a hoodie on, got the jersey over the hoodie. It's a
The
very
jersey over the
comfortable
hoodie.
look. It's a comfortable look, and I got some hot goss for your goss holes.
Because it's only recently that you've kind of done the costume change.
Yeah.
Like Diana Ross in the 80s.
It's a really good looking hoodie, though.
Thank you.
Jersey.
Thank you
I
very
like
much.
that color scheme.
It's red and black. It's
Those are very popular colors.
It looks orange. Red and orange.
It's black. That's the live stream
All
colors
right.
aren't great. Anyway,
I've wasted enough of your time.
all right,
Go ahead.
goss guzzlers.
Yep.
Here's the hot goss you want. We'll start with Aaron Carter because Alan was already talking about it. Aaron Carter passed away. We all know about this. But before passing away, he was actually set to star in a new sitcom. They even filmed the pilot. And according to inside sources, the producers intend to carry on with the production of the sitcom, but they have renamed it to fit the situation, and it is now called Dead of the Class.
Inside Sources.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a little dark. It's pretty dark. Louis C.K., the canceled comedian that won a Grammy last year, is in the news because Louis has been seen with actress and host of the podcast Red Scare, Dasha Nekrasova.
Oh, Dasha, yeah.
Yeah. And according to inside sources, Louis C.K. would like the public to respect his privacy and leave him alone. Just kidding. He loves being watched.
Outside Sources.
Oh, boy.
He's into it.
Mhm.
He wants some watching.
It's his kink.
Yeah. And Jeff Bezos and Jay-Z were spotted together, and they are rumored to be the frontrunners to buy the Washington Commanders from Dan Snyder. And according to inside sources, the Washington Commanders have 99 problems, but urinating in empty bottles won't be one, according to Jay-Z. But Jeff Bezos promises to change that.
Uh-huh.
That's going to be
Inside Sources. This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
What does the back say? I don't think I've seen the
The
back.
back says hot goss.
Goss. Oh, boy. All right. There it
goss
is.
with just one S, because I like it.
You know who's joining that consortium?
Who's that?
Of Jay-Z and Bezos?
Bezos?
Matthew McConaughey
All right.
wants to invest in the Washington Commanders. He'd probably much rather buy the Texans or the Cowboys, but
But you got to get him where you can.
He's roping a doggy
Yeah, I'm
with
excited.
those guys.
They're just going to be so much more focused when they don't get to take breaks and they're just peeing in bottles on the field.
That will be exciting.
It's a new level of focus for the Commanders.
Yeah. So, yeah, anyway.
There's your hot goss.
There it is.
So it's hard to sort through all the goss, because everybody gets all the stories, but you got to find those inside sources that get really deep.
Inside Sources.
Find out things like Dead of the Class, or that Louis C.K. wants people to know and wants people to watch him. J.O.
I had J.O. I had
Dasha.
Inside Sources.
I had to Google Dasha because what I
don't
saw,
know anything about her.
What I saw was everybody all the people who are extremely online were like, oh my God, Louis C.K. and Dasha. It was all like first name. And I was like, I don't know who this is. And then it said she was like a Russian Twitch streamer or something. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. I don't, because he was doing those shows over there. Like the only places for a while where Louis C.K. could perform were like Serbia and Russia, like extremely aggressively white countries where they didn't care what anybody did. And Louis C.K. is still funny. So, of course, he's going to cross paths. At first, I was like, is that the girl from Borat? But I had to Google her and find out.
Is she the girl from Borat?
No, that's somebody else. This Dasha girl is like 26-year-old Russian Twitch streamer or something.
31.
31, even better.
He's 55.
There you go.
So this says Dasha is 31 and Louis C.K. is a 55-year-old sex pest.
Sex pest.
Is that a British article? Is that what that sounds like a British
it's
sex pest.
From ohnotheydidn't.livejournal.com.
Oh. I started watching a show. I go to Netflix or I go to another streamer specifically to watch a show.
Mm-hmm.
But then a new show has dropped and it looks good, so I start watching that. And Netflix dropped a 4-episode show called Inside Man. And
Like
it's
an adaptation of the movie?
No.
Okay.
There's like 4 main characters in it, and they're all kind of intertwined. And I've only finished the first episode, but you can see where it's going. It's David Tennant, who I like a lot. He was Doctor Who for a while. He might still be. I don't know.
He come back for some sort of special.
Stanley Tucci, who is awesome.
Right? Yeah.
I'll watch that guy do anything. And then a couple of British actors that you might not be familiar with, but it's they just dropped today.
Yeah.
And I'm like, 4 episodes? Perfect. Beautiful.
Tomorrow, The Crown drops, season 5.
Oh,
and
that's exciting.
Is that the Princess Diana thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm going to have to force myself not to binge it all because I waited like a year and a half for this new season to drop. And I'm probably going to watch it all in like a couple days. So I'm just going to do like 1 episode. My diet is 1 episode per day. It's just going to be like my...
Take your time. Don't eat it too fast.
My evening wind down.
I watched the Jerry Falwell Jr. documentary.
Oh, God forbid.
On,
What?
Yeah,
He has a
it's on
documentary?
Hulu. And that
Wife
thing
was banging the pool boy or whatever?
Yeah.
And he was watching? He was
He
watching?
was
Where was
watching.
Ghostbag when we needed him?
Right?
He could have snitched a long time ago.
I saw the whole thing.
Was it good? That pool boy was pretty attractive.
It was so good.
It was...
He whipped out a pool noodle like you wouldn't believe.
It was an interesting. It was a little longer than it needed to be.
Yeah, it was.
You know he was J.O.N.
Oh yeah, of course. That's the whole idea.
But
it was a wild story, and just I mean it's just crazy.
Does that make him gay?
To be a cuck?
No, it doesn't make him gay.
But he likes watching.
It certainly makes him a hypocrite.
But I'm saying.
Oh, I thought he was a man of God. No? Oh, okay.
But if he's watching another man, go to town on his wife, is he?
How does that make you gay? You're watching 2
It's
straight
like
people
watching
have
live
sex.
porn.
Yeah, live porn.
Okay, but it's just enough. I don't think when you watch porn, Alan, you're usually thinking the man is yourself. You're like, you don't want to think. Okay, you're watching 2 heterosexual people have sex.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's why I don't like POV porn.
Okay, see,
I want full frame.
I thought just the opposite because I remember Chris Tyler was like, I don't watch because there was like a time we had like a bar crawl and there was like porn on the bus or something, and he was like, I don't watch straight porn because I imagine it's me and I don't want to see another dude in the porn. I just watch lesbian porn. I was like, oh.
Okay. I mean the better part of my adult life, I only watch lesbian porn. It's probably only within the last 10 years where I was like, nah, dudes are fine. Who cares?
Yes, they are.
You know what I mean? Like, for a long time, it was just like, I want girls, and the more the merrier. I'll tell you who's hot in The Crown is that Elizabeth Debicki, who plays Princess Diana. She's foxy. She looks
just like her.
She was in Tenet. Well, I think you give anybody that shag haircut, though, and they're going to kind of look like Princess Diana.
But I know The Crown is like not based in, it's fiction, but it's based on a true story. And I just can't imagine what it's like to have like Harry and Meghan over here. Because they're going to get, this whole thing is going to get, parodied in a later season. And just like you're watching your family.
Well, yeah, I'm sure that they're not too pleased about it.
Maybe they are. They're like, forget that old bitch. I don't know what they think. That's probably why they moved over here.
Yeah, she's real cute. I like her and stuff. She was in a movie a couple of years ago with Mick Jagger. I don't know. I don't think he acts very often anymore, but they did there was like a art thief crime movie, her and Mick Jagger and a couple other dudes. I know that sounds super dry, but it was a good movie. It's called somebody else. Burnt Orange Heresy is what it was called. But Poundcake will be watching The Crown, and he'll be...
I'll probably pop in and watch that Jerry Falwell Jr. documentary, too.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah, it's right up your alley.
I didn't know that was on Hulu, because
Yeah,
I
it's
could have
on
been
Hulu.
watching that. My roommate has been gone since Thursday, so I really had the whole place to myself, because I could have...
It's like the header now. It's like their showcase offering is that God forbid...
Well, I was just going to do a rewatch of Scrubs. Not even a rewatch. I never actually watched the whole series. I'd watch it when it would be on. And that... As soon as I turned on Hulu, that preview started playing. I was like, well, let's watch this.
Yeah.
So we watched that.
Yeah.
But tonight.
Can never
maybe
get into
tomorrow,
Scrubs.
I
tried.
I watched a few episodes, and I like the episodes that I watched, but I feel like I got to give it a full shot.
I like to, it's weird how some people associated with one show you'll like, and then another one maybe not. Like I couldn't get into Scrubs, but all the same people made Cougar Town, and I loved Cougar Town.
Mm-hmm.
Weird. Oh, life's crazy, isn't it? Oh, my land. I got to take a break. If you want to text for anything, 35192. I will have Cavs tickets for you after the break. Trailblazers are going to be in town end of the month, so we'll get you set up for that. And we'll take a break and be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart Io. And Io is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. Io. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got another $1,000 for you closer to 5:30. About 7 or 8 minutes from now. So listen for that next keyword to go fund yourself. And then you'll get them with Corey Roddick, the Corey Roddick Experience tonight after 6:30. Cavaliers are off tonight. They will play tomorrow night. They're still on the West Coast all week. So they broke the win streak with the Clippers last night. They'll get another crack at the Sacramento Kings tomorrow night. I believe that is a 10 o'clock start here on MMS. 10 o'clock. So 9:30 is when your pregame coverage will begin. How are the Kings doing this season? They are not doing well. They're 3-6.
That sounds about right.
But neither are the Warriors, quite frankly.
No,
Warriors
I love that.
They are having a tough run right now.
I'm enjoying that a lot.
Donovan Mitchell's former team is first in the West. And so, the Suns, they're doing great. But then, they've got Barkley and Steve Nash, and they just look fantastic.
Nope, that's not who they have.
I'm sorry?
Those guys have been retired for a long time. They do other things now.
Myself a note. But the Bucks of Milwaukee are first in the East. Guess who's second?
The Cavs.
Cleveland Cavaliers.
It's the Cavaliers.
8-2. It really is. For all of your professional basketball needs, it's the Cavaliers.
It's the Cavaliers in the town. Cause this is the town where we're now living.
It's so stupid. Oh, boy. Makes me laugh. I was texting with my mom this morning. It's my mom's birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday.
My mom is 74 years old today. And I send her flowers every year.
You know what that means? She's almost 76.
Shut up, Bill. She's got another couple.
Story.
Yeah, there's a story. Alan,
Why isn't Bill on the show anymore?
I've got something to tell you. He's my new stepdad. No, because,
I'm not trying to replace your dad, Alan.
Thank you.
No
one could.
I just want you to know that, you're in our house. I just would like you to respect us and respect our relationship.
My house, my rules. Bill calls me. Are you coming home for Thanksgiving? No, Bill, Dad. I can't make it. No, my mom has made it very, very clear.
Nightmare.
Oh, God, what a strange turn of events. My mom has made it very clear that she has zero interest in dating or anything. Because my grandmother got remarried late in life. And she outlived her second husband, who was 11 years her junior. So, but my mom is, and again, I always send her flowers for her birthday, and I'll usually call, but in the sibling group chat, we were all colluding as to what we were going to get her. And my mom's not somebody that is, she's a woman of modest wants. And, for the first year, every occasion is going to be the first one without my dad. So this is her first birthday without my dad, and he used to do all this stuff. So, the flowers I send feel very underwhelming, but no way around that. But she made it very, very clear that she wants, because I said to her, I'm trying to be a cool guy, and I sent her a picture of Bill. And she goes, I'm not really into the J.D. Vance type. And I go, well,
Ouch.
Poundcake is. He's way into it. He thinks that guy's great. Boy, people are pissed at Poundcake.
Why?
Because you didn't vote.
You didn't vote.
I mean, why? The same reason they were at the top of the show. Just these talkback messages off the iHeartRadio app that I'm getting. Just hot fire expletives.
What do they say?
What did I just say?
I'm just curious what they say.
What did they say? You know what expletives are?
Yeah. Curse
Do
words.
you? Yeah, okay,
Bad
Jesus, he
words.
scares me. I don't know. Yeah, boy, are they pissed. Alan, I stood in line with a nursing 2-month-old to vote. Yeah. No, listen, Poundcake made his choice. He's made his choice. Things don't stick to him the way that they do other people because he doesn't have any responsibilities other than to himself. And that's not his fault. Now, there are a lot of people who fit that description who do participate in what is our dwindling democratic process. He chose not to.
I'm really trying to think about, I don't know if I've voted in a midterm election before. So I don't.
A lot of people haven't. And if this one was the same as every prior midterm election, might be onto something. But it's not. So, anyway, people are not pleased.
Well, I'm sorry, people.
Yeah, you can't make everybody happy, right? I mean, none of us can. You know, I got people pissed at me because of how I vote. And that's fine. I don't know what to tell you. I'm pro-democracy. That's why I vote the way I vote. But you're not going to make everybody happy, nor should you be trying. Take, for instance, the Indianapolis Colts. Are they trying to make everybody happy? They just blow their coach out. And they go, ooh, I wonder who's going to, nature and professional sports abhor a vacuum. And they go, who are they going to get? They picked a guy named Jeff Saturday.
Who is a very good commentator. And he played in the league for a long time. Well-known dude, a well-known Indianapolis Colt. Not really a lot of coaching experience.
He has no coaching experience.
That's not true.
He coached a high school Christian academy football team.
Yes.
Right. So, yeah, he was a Colts player. And again, this sounds to me like he can't be the guy. See, the guy that owns the Colts
he's the interim head coach. So
yeah,
what they're trying to do this season is try some things out, see what happens, but mostly they're going to try and get a very high draft pick.
Well, Jim Irsay is the guy who owns that team, and he, just personally, this guy has not been without his share of controversies along the way, but he comes out, and he's one of these guys who goes, I'm glad this guy doesn't have any head coach experience. Because, he's not going to fall into, he's not going to fall into bad habits that other guys, he's not going to pay attention to analytics. We don't play Moneyball here in Indianapolis. So, it's, listen, does conventional wisdom say that that's the way to go? No. But sometimes you got to get out there. Even professional sports needs an Elon Musk. Somebody who has no idea what they're doing, but is desperate to convince you otherwise. So we'll see. Of course, it always comes back to the dearth of black head coaches in the NFL. They go, you think a black coach could walk off the street and get a gig with no coaching experience? This guy played for apparently with the Indianapolis Colts, you can. I don't know. But I had never even heard, and again, I'm not an encyclopedia of sports, but I had never even heard of Jeff Saturday.
I mean, I've seen him on sports talk shows, and he gives good insight. He knows the game of football. I just don't. It's weird to bring a guy like him in to be the interim head coach because usually it's somebody within the organization, within the coaching staff already, and they're just like, let's get Jeff. People like him. Just get a guy that everybody likes. This is as close to a movie situation as you get, where it's like Eddie with Whoopi Goldberg and her becoming the coach of the Knicks.
The Knicks, yeah. Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, maybe he'll get the team together, and then they'll go on some crazy run and end up winning the division and go to the Super Bowl.
She was a black coach.
Yeah.
What are they complaining about? What's that guy saying, that columnist? Whoopi Goldberg coached the Knicks. Well, anyway.
Well, maybe they're a full-time coach after this Jeff Saturday thing runs its course. Maybe they'll get Reggie Wayne to take over as head coach. Also a famous player for the Colts.
Right.
Edgerrin James.
Uh-huh.
Him.
Yeah.
He played with them.
What about a young man named Peyton Manning?
Now we're trying to get a black guy, I thought.
Oh, he's not black?
Peyton is so white.
By the way, just so I'm clear, his name isn't Jeff Saturday, right?
Saturday.
Not Saturday?
No, it's not the way Dick from Dayton says
Okay,
it.
Saturday.
Saturday.
I really like this Saturday guy. Because people in India are going to pronounce it that way.
They probably already do. They know his name.
Hey, it's Jeff Saturday. I got to give you some money here. It's $1,000 as promised, chance for you to go fund yourself. You got plenty of these. I hope you grab one of them. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword money at WMMS.com. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Alan, you alluded yesterday to all of those voicemails you get from the caller. That blind girl that calls incessantly.
Mm-hmm.
I came in yesterday morning and there had been 54 voicemails on the after hours line from her between post-show Friday and middle of the night Sunday. No, middle of the night, Sunday into Monday. And I'm like, I'm not going to play all of them. Somebody's like, well, pull one at random and play it. Let us be the judge. Okay, I'll pull one at random. You tell me if it makes sense. You dig one out here at random. Let you get a face full of this.
Aw, there's a bird outside my window. Or is it really just somebody spying on me to see that I don't start swearing at this bottle of perfume?
Yeah, there you go. Well, listen.
What?
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
There's a random voicemail.
That's so random, and I love it, though. I love it.
The other ones are about how she got raped at some point, so it's like, it's not exactly the feel-good hit of the summer. But yeah, there's a random voicemail. No, because it has a person's name and it has a location.
Okay. All right, wow, that's a little much.
I'll leave that to Pittsburgh law enforcement.
Boy.
Yeah, that's what, 54. By the way, 54 messages from her.
She needs someone to talk to.
There were about 70 voicemails in all. And so, again, I don't know her name, but the name attached to the phone number, because I see when I get these email attachments from the after hours line, they go to my inbox. And I see the phone number, and sometimes there's a name attached to the account. And it is a man's name. So it's not her name. I don't know what her name is. But when I see that man's name 54 times, I know that's her. So
good.
54 just from her. Yeah, that's just one. Just throw a dart, and that's one. There's a bird, and what was she? She's yelling at perfume?
Apparently.
She was staring. I thought she was staring at a bottle.
Wait, does this also, wait, let's hear it again. Just let me hear it again.
Aw, there's a bird outside my window. Or is it really just somebody spying on me to see that I don't start swearing at this bottle of perfume?
Swearing at
She
the
was
bottle of
swearing
perfume.
I thought she was staring at it.
But you also
Swearing
have
at the
to
bottle of
understand this. Is she blind? You've
Yeah,
said
I think that she is. She because what the allegation
there's a bird outside the window.
The allegation she makes is that someone at the school for the blind she attended in Pittsburgh raped her some years ago.
Okay. So maybe she's not
But she's
all
also
the way blind. Maybe she can see shapes
Like
and colors.
images
And that's
or
why it's hard to
something.
tell whether it's a bird or someone spying on her to see if she's going to yell at this bottle of perfume.
I mean, other listeners in some earlier calls I played of hers, they pointed out that she mentioned that she had pictures of puppies in her purse. Now, I just assumed she was a big fan of alliteration. But they're like, hey, if she's blind, how does she? I go, I assume she's making all this up. She's bored. But I'm.
Do you think that's her real voice?
Who is faking that voice?
Or it could be like a voice changer.
No.
You say who's faking?
I know voice changers. I mean, you know.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Know what I mean, sucker? How do you like that?
Okay, yeah.
This is my robot voice.
No, I don't like that.
How about this? You hear me there?
Wait,
What?
that actually sounds okay.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
That's
Great,
all right.
perfect timing. Great.
How about this one there?
Yeah, that's too.
No.
Oh, no, how about this one?
Go back to the first one.
How about this one? This is me singing with a chorus. This is me singing with more people.
Ooh, plural.
Plural.
Bro, Alan.
Chieves. How about this one? This is me singing on a different octave. Hi, guys.
Wait, are you also trying to raise your voice higher?
I'm trying to raise my voice. That's if I raise my voice.
Or like
I'm sorry.
talking a higher pitch.
Yeah. There's the, hold on, pitch correct. Hold on. If I want, hold on.
This is what the Indians needed, or Guardians.
This is what the Indians needed.
Ooh.
To sing with each other.
Do you believe in life after love? Let's hear it.
Do you believe? Do you believe in life after love?
That's not bad.
You're welcome. How do you like that?
Pop star Alan Cox.
Do you believe in life after love? So there you go. I know voice changer. She ain't changing her voice.
All right, all right.
She's got a wild voice.
That's great. That.
Aw, there's a bird outside my window. Or is it really just somebody spying on me to see that I don't start swearing at this bottle of perfume?
So, by the way,
it's great delivery.
What's wrong with swearing at a bottle of perfume? Maybe it stinks. Maybe it's not what she wanted it to smell like. Maybe she goes, I asked for cool water and you gave me CK1. What is this, 1997?
What's your favorite cologne?
I don't wear cologne.
It's pronounced colon.
What's your favorite colon?
Can't wait to smell your colon.
God. That's, no, I don't want that. My favorite, I haven't worn cologne in 100 years.
Okay.
I mean, a tester of cologne would last me a year. There was a time back in the day when I was a younger man that I wore cologne because I don't have anything against it. It's just it's not part of my vibe now. Back in the day, it was probably part of my vibe. It's not part of my vibe now.
Fat Curves for Men just does something. That's what I think. Curves for Men.
No,
Curves
for men.
is the workout place.
It's the workout place, but there's a men's version now.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Curve cologne is what you're talking about.
Curve cologne
Yeah.
for men.
Yeah.
And it I don't know, it made me gay. That just solidified the fact that I was gay. Because if I had a man wearing that, I'm like, oh, I love the way a man smells. And you just smell so damn good. Sometimes Bill be coming in here and he'll just fumigate my entire room. I'm like,
oh yeah,
fumigate.
Like,
I
he's
wear
very
some cologne.
smelly.
What do you wear?
The brown one from Target. I don't even know what it's called.
The brown one from Target.
It's a brown label and a blue bottle from Target.
Is it because you like it or your girlfriend likes it?
It's because I like it. I got that one and then I got a blue label one too. But I've been going with I think it's Sawtooth. I don't know the brand though. I don't care about the brands. I just pick them up and smell them and go, okay, this will do.
Yeah, no,
and
I
they
get
last
it.
me forever.
Yeah, sure.
So it's just a scent that I like.
No, I mean, I mean, I think I probably stopped wearing cologne when I was dating a girl, and she told me that I was probably wearing the last couple of drips of Drakkar or something, and she told me I smelled like her dad, and I go, okay, well, so we've moved on from, that's a cologne I shouldn't wear anymore. That thing is,
or maybe you
aged
should,
out.
depending on the girl.
But I wore Benetton colors back in the day, or CK1. Nothing crazy.
I went through like a big cologne phase when I was in middle school, and because I think I got a bunch of free colognes from, I don't know, my stepdad or something. He was getting rid of them, so it was like English leather. I was going to school smelling like an old man.
Gray flannel.
I still love that smell though.
English leather.
It's a good musky smell. Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad had a bottle of High Karate in his bathroom.
Those colognes, I know people make fun of them, but they exist for a reason.
But it was a very mature scent for a
absolutely.
7th grader. A
Yes.
sixth. I don't even think it was 7th. It was like 6th grade.
Yeah.
Like he gave me all these, and I would wear them to church.
Women are becoming a little more frightening to men these days. Maybe because we're freer to do much more. But some men aren't intimidated at all. They enjoy our freedom. Those are the men I like. And you know, those are the men who wear English leather cologne.
Mm-hmm.
English leather fits the way they live. It's so clean and natural, and I love it. So all my men wear English leather, or they wear nothing at all.
Look for English leather in a wide selection of gift sets.
Mm-hmm. English leather or nothing at all.
Well, maybe that's what.
Grader smelling like English leather.
Maybe I'll get you some English leather for Christmas.
No, don't give me. I won't wear it.
You're like
Give me something I'll wear.
a second grader is wearing a tweed jacket with patches on the elbows.
Good look. It's a very sophisticated look.
Yes, that's right.
Smart. It's a smart look.
There's a difference in men. The young ones are young, but they're not so sensitive. And the old ones are very sensitive, but they're not so young. Sometimes I like young men, and sometimes I like sensitive men. But always I like English leather. So all my men wear English leather, or they wear nothing at all.
English leather.
I like how we're all glossing over the fact that this girl sitting by a crackling fire is talking about all of her men.
Yeah. Oh, these are straight hoes, man. I love these. I love these girls.
These hoes only loyal to English leather.
Also, it sounds like if they're not wearing English leather, they get to get naked.
They're naked.
So, like, that's...
Do you wear English leather? No, then take off your clothes.
Get out of those clothes. Let's get the business.
Yeah. Isn't it amazing they used to run 30-second television ads for cologne? I mean, I guess they still do, don't they?
Man used to be
They
so
still do,
obnoxious.
like, for women at least, they do, like, Dior with Charlize Theron, but they're like 10s and 15s. They're not 30s and 60s.
I don't know. I don't watch enough TV to see these.
network TV.
Oh, you're missing all the commercials.
I don't like the commercials.
All right, I've got to take a break. If you want to text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com, you can watch live there and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show. On 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
Playing Powerballs today. We tied strings around Charlie and Dieter's nutsacks to lift weights. Dieter has already beat Charlie. Now he's just trying for a personal record. Has 10 pounds attached. Can he get it off the ground?
Holy hell. You're going to hurt yourself.
Oh, this is good.
Hey, Coach Dieter.
I want to see his balls shoot across the room.
Oh, my God. Look at that. Oh, oh my God.
I feel sick. I feel sick to my stomach. Oh, God.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio
Your
app.
afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
When it's time for an adventure on the open highway, one quick call to American Family Insurance gets you headed in the right direction.
purchase. Limit 1. Shop all your favorite sides, pies, ice cream, and so much more to fill your family table at Meijer.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
We're glad you called us for information about masturbation. It's a subject many people feel uncomfortable with and don't talk about.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send a text? AlanCoxShow.com. Thank you again to who helped out today. Oh, Cuff Wonkson. So excited to see Cuff Wonkson back in the fold.
Yeah, she's sweet.
Oh, she?
Yeah.
Boy, you can never tell. I mean, you can, but I mean, certainly don't want to.
Short for Cuffany.
Oh, Cuffany, of course. Why didn't I
You
arrive at
didn't
that
ask. You don't
conclusion?
ask. You
I
just-
didn't ask.
you
I don't ask.
Please.
Mary's rubbing off. I'm not asking follow-up questions. Cavaliers are off tonight. You'll get the full Corey Roddick experience tonight after 6:30. He will have the last 3 chances today for you to grab $1,000. I'll have one for you at 6:30, right after we get out of here. Then 30 past the hour. Basically runs between 9:30 and 9:30 p. Between Rover, Stansbury, me, and Corey. You're all set. Plenty of chances to win. But Cavs off tonight. They're still on the West Coast. Lost a close one to the Clippers last night. They'll play the Kings in Sacramento tomorrow night at 10 o'clock here on MMS. I was reading a thing that said, you should be adjusted to daylight saving time by now.
You should be. Tell me how. Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live.
Yeah, or sleep or whatever.
That's part of living.
That is part of living.
It's one of my favorite parts of living.
I'm still with you.
You should what?
I'm still waking up at like the initial time, and it just makes my day a lot longer because I can't go back to sleep.
Oh, and when do you wake up? Oh, you mean you wake up an hour early?
Yeah. So if I normally would wake up like 6:45, but now it's
5:45.
5:45.
There you go.
And you don't want to be up at 5:45?
Hell no.
No, but if you can't go back to sleep, I mean, you kind of get up and start doing stuff.
Is that what you do?
No, I just kind of toss and turn there. I'm like, I
You just
can't
lie
sleep.
there.
I just like flop over.
But they say that like no matter what time of night, if you're lying there for like 20 minutes and you're not going back to sleep, you get up and do something and you'll eventually fall. You'll get tired.
Yeah,
or
you got to kind of reset. You got to fall asleep.
Toss.
Yeah.
Off.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't put me to sleep. The average person needs, I don't know how they figure this out. They just throw average, right? So they throw a bunch of data in and find the middle. Needs 66 hours to fully adjust. Daylight saving time ended Sunday. And they say that by 7 o'clock tonight, you should feel adjusted.
Perfect.
So that means tomorrow morning, if you're struggling,
it's on you.
You are weak.
But is this one where you struggle? I feel like the struggle one's the spring one. That's when you're losing an hour. When you're
I don't
getting
know,
an hour, I
man.
don't
When
feel
it
like
gets dark at 4 in the afternoon, this is a rough. I
love it.
I mentioned yesterday that the time between now and when the clocks go forward, it's only 4 months. March 12th, we move them forward again. So there's much more time where you have, late sunlight and all that kind of stuff.
Biden got rid of this too. I thought
That's what I thought. I thought there were a bunch of states that I think it got voted on, but it didn't get passed, or I don't know. I don't know who the hell still has a skin in the daylight saving time game, but a lot of people have a hard time with it when it gets really dark really early because it's dark when you get home. It's dark when you get up. So, you ain't living in Anchorage. You're living in friggin' Ohio. So I don't know. A lot of people still have the clocks you have to change, on the microwave or on the whatever else you got. You might have a decorative clock.
Mm-hmm.
You got to change it. The clock in your car might not change automatically. I got to
change
change mine.
I had to change the clock in my car, and then I need to change. I think I did the one in my kitchen on my oven, and I think those are the only ones I have to change. I have a clock that's on my wall, but the batteries have been dead for quite some time, and so I don't even. It's just decoration at this point. I'm not gonna even worry about it.
Yeah, a clock that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Or it works twice a day.
That's
as they say.
That's what they say.
Poundcake was talking. What was he talking about watching? Oh, The Crown.
Yep.
I couldn't help but think of you and your comfort food. I think you'll finally be able to move on from R. Kelly.
Oh.
Because Peacock is getting ready to drop the Casey Anthony documentary.
Ooh.
It's right up your alley.
It's
got a
so
dead
pleased.
kid.
Yeah.
It's got, it's called Casey Anthony, Where Truth Lies, is going to drop on Peacock
I get it.
November 29th, end of this month.
Boy, they really hate that story. They hate that she got away with murder. Why can't they just let her live her life, man?
I think they do. I think she talks to somebody in this documentary. It's only 3 parts, so it's pretty economical.
Well, that's not long.
So if you, no, but I mean, you can move on from it and then go back to it if you want. How long is Surviving R. Kelly?
6 episodes.
6. Those are hour-long episodes?
Hour long each, and then they had, the aftermath of Surviving R. Kelly. Then they had after Surviving R. Kelly side, and without R. Kelly on there. Yeah. This one, I don't know. I wasn't as invested in this trial just because I didn't really follow it that much.
Casey Anthony?
I was in college when that happened.
Yeah, 2011. We were in Orlando when this whole thing was blowing up. So, it was all that was on the news in Orlando because it was a local story. And she's foxy.
Do you think that she did it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why? Other than the fact that the optics look bad. Because that's the one thing I don't buy into it. I don't want... They were trying to frame her as if she was just an irresponsible mom. It's you don't know. But if the proof was there that she did it, why? I don't think she's that smart, that brilliant to get past investigators.
I don't know anything about her.
Forensics. But I'm just saying.
But there's a lot of women who snap and kill their kids.
Okay.
And they don't all have to look like there's crows living in their hair.
Understandable. But
we're so used to these women who kill their kids looking like they're on, looking like somebody who just drowned their kids or whatever. I don't know anything about Casey Anthony.
And just because she got exonerated, it doesn't. I mean, was she exonerated? She was just found not guilty.
She was found not guilty.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying
is,
is,
they're not oh, she definitely didn't do it. That's just the court system and having a lawyer that knows how to work the system.
Okay.
She was tried and acquitted.
And again, I wasn't invested enough to know what evidence they had on her.
Well, that's what this documentary is for.
I know.
Because every documentary is completely unbiased. So you're going to get all the info you need to have a nice, full picture of the situation and come to your own conclusion.
November's going to be a very busy month for me in regards to TV shows. So
it's going to be a what month?
Busy.
This is busy.
A busy month.
TV
He's this is my busy month. Television.
Don't bother me.
Not working on my career. Television is making this a very busy month for me.
Well, that's why, it's a busy month for people watching things. That's why me and my team decided to release my special on November 22nd.
What's it called?
9 p.m. Pure BS on YouTube. Watch along live.
Mike in Parma says, imagine how many clocks Flava Flav has to change.
I don't think
I don't think he pays attention to what time it is, though. So.
No, you just wait it out long enough and you're back to where you started.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
His clocks are probably expensive. When he dies, there's going to be fights over that clock.
I don't think he was spending money on the clocks. He probably had 1 or 2 that were pretty bedazzled. But the other ones, and over the course of his career, he's probably sold most of them, pawned them for money or something. Flava Flav, I don't think, is a rich dude.
Yes, he is. He got
Flavor Flav?
He got $5 million alone just from Flavor of Love.
Okay, and you think he's still got all $5 million? That was 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
He owned part of that show, so he owns all the reruns, and that was...
And where's it rerunning?
It's on all, the streaming apps.
Yeah, but that pays you nothing.
This says he has a net worth of $2 million.
Well,
That's not a lot of money.
He has 10 kids, so yeah, okay.
That ain't a lot of money.
And that's his net worth. That's not what is liquid. He don't got
Right.
$2 million in his bank account.
Nope.
I was going to say, because I don't even know Flavor Flav, other than when you played that 911 as a joke song, I don't know what else he had. No one's going to see Flavor Flav on tour. Flavor Flav is no one's, like, hip-hop icon.
Yeah, with Public Enemy. I mean, Chuck D did the lion's share of the work there, but he and Flav, that was a big deal. I mean, Public Enemy was a big deal.
Right. But to Poundcake's point, people go out and see Chuck D if he goes on tour.
Well, he's still out there doing stuff. I
Right.
mean, Flava Flav can barely remember his own name. So, I mean, they've had different situations, yeah.
Flavor Flav.
It was a great show, though. Man, that was a great show. That was the trashiest dating show there's ever been.
I was over
pooping
Fancy's
on the
house.
floor.
Yeah, I was over at Fancy's house when they were recording the podcast, and it was on, and I was like, I was so happy that I was alive in school at a time where this was on, because we all would watch the same show, and we would go to school acting like the people on the show, and I just can't. That is exactly.
That's what I find weird, is acting like those people. I would watch it and I would discuss it with some friends, and like it'd be like, man, these people are crazy. There wasn't anyone on that show I wanted to act like.
Yeah,
But you're a kid.
were you guys breaking into discussion groups to break it down, or what?
No, we would just act out in class. Like, of course, I was New York.
Yes.
And it was just, I can't even talk about these kids these days that just like get like locked into TikTok and just go and pretend that they are making a TikTok or actually making TikToks in everyday life, because I was doing the same thing, just acting out my fantasies through reality TV, watching Flavor of Love or Rock of Love.
Rock of Love was
Well,
pretty
that
good,
was,
too.
that was Brett Michaels.
I know, but I'm saying it all kicked off like Daisy Dollaway. Whatever happened to her?
I have no idea who that is.
Okay.
But I mean, Flava Flav owes his career to Chuck D. Because Rick Rubin wanted to sign Chuck D as a solo act. He didn't get Flava Flav. He goes, I don't, what is this? And he wanted Chuck D to be a solo act, and Chuck goes, nope, it's me and Flav. And they were like, all right. So he owes his whole career to Chuck D. And that's why they have been so kind of contentious along the way. Bill Drayton Jr., that's Flava Flav. And he's 63. And he's got a couple $1 million. And he's got a bunch of kids. So, you know, he's got Designa is one kid.
That's a good name.
Karma, Kayla, Karen, Shanique, Quana, and William III. So, you know, good for him.
Picture him actually going to school and to like, my dad's Flavor Flav.
My dad's Flava Flav. That's still a flex. I mean, like, you know, people, the kids you're in school with might not know who that is, but your dad was still a major recording artist. So whether or not you know who he is,
They
you're
don't
like,
care about his musical. They're like, your dad was on Flavor of Love?
Mm-hmm.
That's where they're going to know him from. He's in pop culture more so from that, more than
well, no,
anything
but
he ever did in Public Enemy.
that was so long ago. You remember that because you were young, and you're 30.
Yeah.
So kids now are going to go, what the hell is Flavor of Love?
It's
They
still,
don't.
Kids.
Think of the Ratchet Bachelor.
10 and 15-year-olds don't know about that show.
No.
It's so good. Ooh, it's so good. I want to go back home and watch it.
God.
Can you fit
is
into your
comforting.
busy schedule for this November?
I have Elite. I have to watch, and they have a whole new season, and then now it's The Crown. Crown starts tomorrow. It's just so much. I'm
What's
just so
Elite?
stressed. Elite is like the Spanish 13 Reasons. It's dubbed in Spanish, but it's a bunch of hot guys, a bunch of sex, and a bunch of not underage drinking. They're like 18, 16 plus, and you can drink when you're 16 in Spain.
Okay.
It's fun. Yeah.
I love how I was trying to justify it. It was like, I like watching these 16-year-olds get drunk.
They're not really 16.
They're not
Playing
really
16.
16? What? They're younger or older?
They're older.
How do you know?
Because I know the actors.
Huh. Okay. They're pretending to be 16?
Yes, it's like a prep school, a prep school, and people just keep dying.
Oh, because they're not taking their prep. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of prep school. Al, don't you know Flava Flav owns his own TV show Masters, had everyone sign NDAs, and then created an LLC? Right.
He's really on point. Everyone thinks he's so stupid. He knows the score.
He does. He had everybody sign non-disclosure agreements. No. Hey, don't disclose anything you saw here, even though my whole life is an open book for reality television. Listen, if anybody who could monetize their life, that's all social media is monetizing your life. These people were just doing it on TV. They're no better or worse than anybody else. Good for him. Flava Flav's clocks are always set to 4:20. I don't know if they're being cheeky or if that's the case.
I didn't know that. I guess I didn't pay attention.
Anyway, listen, when Flava Flav, when something happens to him, he is one of those guys that I've had in my celebrity death pool for quite some time. So when something happens to him, that'll be a loss in pop culture, in hip hop culture, and you'll see all kinds of accolades being thrown his way.
You think the police officers will rush to the scene when he is dead?
You mean like 911 as a joke? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Is that a callback to 911 as a joke?
I think it was.
Get up to get down. 911's a joke in your town.
Carrying him out on the stretcher. He's just going to get.
Put me down.
See how they do me?
Yeah. See how they do me. The guy's 63 years old. I mean, he's settling into a quiet life in Roosevelt. Didn't he have fried chicken, too? He had like a fried chicken line or restaurants or something, I think. Yeah, he had Flav's fried chicken in Clinton, Iowa, of all places, right? I wonder why Clinton, Iowa.
That's a weird spot.
Someone probably reached out to him.
Apparently, he and his business partner were pointing the finger at each other in the untimely demise of Flav's fried chicken. It wasn't open very long. Somebody complained of expired potato salad, and he said that his business partner gave him a bad reputation. And that he didn't know anything about the restaurant business. So that's what happens, though, when you sign your name over to some business enterprise. And he's like, the business partner was like, Flava Flav didn't know anything about the restaurant business. He came in wanting to do all kinds of weird stuff. Like he wanted to change the fryer oil every hour. And that was costing us thousands of dollars.
Yeah, that's really...
And then employees weren't getting paid because he was changing the fryer oil. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, maybe don't put your fortunes in the hands of Flava Flav.
He's Flava Flav, not Cookie Cook.
When's Pure BS drop?
November 22nd.
22nd.
On YouTube.
Thanksgiving Tuesday.
Yep.
All right.
So get them, just get ready for it.
Mm-hmm.
Subscribe to me on YouTube.
I'm going to take a break here. If you want to text, get the last word in, 35192. Get me there. The Corey Roddick Experience on the way at 6:30. And the next chance for you to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself is on the way, too.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2023.
Presented by Capital One.
LA Alter Ego.
Featuring
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Standing in line to see the show tonight. Fall Out Boy.
Jack White.
What's the trick?
Muse will be on the stage.
No one's gonna take me alive. Phoenix, Churches,
Beach Weather,
and Rosalind.
Alter, hell yeah, you want to go?
Ego 2023, presented by Capital One.
So this year we had to set the bar even higher.
Tickets are completely sold out. Now your only way in is to win.
Listen for keywords to win your VIP trip right here.
Starting this Monday.
And we'll see you
Saturday,
January 14th.
Kia Forum, LA.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2023, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Hey, this is Lincoln Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
Guardians president Chris Antonetti was named MLB's Executive of the Year today after Cleveland won 92 games with a prospect-heavy roster. College football's 11th week kicks off tonight. It's Akron hosting Eastern Michigan. Zips come in with hopes of snapping a 5-game losing streak. And there's a new leader for most watched college football game of the season.